This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976.
Hey everyone, happy Thursday. Smash that like button on your way in here. Double tap that like button on your way in. As I stated yesterday, today's live is going to be about Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, the actual shooter and the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. And of course, Candace Owens is on her conspiracy bull crap, yet again, of course, she had the Macrons where she's saying that Bridget Macron is a man and she's being sued for defamation for that. And now we have, of course, Charlie Kirk conspiracy. And I do believe that someone in this whole thing is going to end up suing her again. So, yeah. So let's go ahead and just dive right in for the sake of time, okay? And of course, there is Candace Owens versus Donald Trump. She has been, throwing shade at Donald Trump, and I'm not really shocked. I do believe that Candace Owens has no loyalty to anyone besides herself and money. That's where her loyalty lies. She doesn't have any loyalty to Donald Trump. I don't believe that she had real loyalty to Charlie Kirk either, okay? Charlie Kirk is her new content. The Macrons are suing her. That is risky to keep talking about the Macrons. She started a season 2 of Becoming Bridget, trying to insinuate or imply that, well, not insinuate or imply, directly state that Bridget Macron is a man. Since that lawsuit is underway, it's risky to keep talking about the Macrons, even though that topic was bringing in millions of views. So now her attention is now on Charlie Kirk and anyone she could point the finger at and insinuate or imply that they have something to do with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. Here's the thing. I'm all for investigation and looking into things. However, some cases are just cutting dry, and it's just cutting dry. There is no misunderstanding. There is no way to argue that there's a different suspect than the one that's actually identified, such as in this case. So anyways, basically what I've been doing is listening to some of Candace Owens conspiracies, and then comparing that to what law enforcement says. And for all the people out there saying, oh, well, you believe everything that law enforcement says? No, I don't believe everything that law enforcement says. However, if you take that in conjunction with witness statements and the suspect's own statements, the roommate, which is also his lover, Lance, statement, the parent statements, the person that actually dropped him off at the police department statement, and then DNA evidence is not just what the police say, it's what others say as well, and just everything combined. So now we have a case that's going to really be about Tyler Robinson, unalive Charlie Kirk. That's it. Point blank, period. There's nothing else to really say. Or is there more to say? Oh, I know. Candace will make a conspiracy out of anything. I mean, she actually has a lot of people fooled that the First Lady of France, Bridget Macron, is actually a man. She has a lot of people fooled, and I do believe because she's smart, she has a way to use her words. She can manipulate people with her smartness or perceived intelligence, and with that she can people are like, well, she's smart, she's so why would she be wrong? And I would say this: there have been a lot of cult leaders, even serial killers throughout time, that have been able to convince people that they are good people or that they are right, and have led to mass self-unalivings because of following cult leaders that appear to be knowledgeable, smart, intelligent, knowing certain facts or information, and people will blindly follow without even having like real concrete evidence or receipts, just because of someone's perceived charisma, intellect, information, and even their network. She uses her, well, I'm Candace Owens, I'm a political commentator, I have close ties to a lot of top people, I am smart, I am, she uses her intelligence in a negative way. Okay. And I've always said this: when you're smart, you can use it in a positive way, or you can use it in a negative way. There are a lot of people that are brilliant, they're smart, intelligent, even like I would say geniuses. And sometimes those people use their intelligence to actually, empower in a negative way. And then there's others that use it in a positive way.
I have a lot for you today, because you're not going to be surprised to hear that the FBI is FBIing. That's what they do. And that's what they want to happen with the Charlie Kirk case. Of course, this was inevitable. I'm going to tell you all about that. Also, I want to open up to you guys about this overwhelming sense of doom that came over me about 10 days prior to Charlie Kirk's assassination. The story's kind of unbelievable, but I think it's important to share, especially with the way that they're traveling here, the FBI is traveling, trying to shut this case down. And it is also somewhat related to...
So she starts off with the typical, conspiracy narrative. The FBI is trying to shut this case down. Why would the FBI try to shut this case down? The FBI is investigating the case, not trying to shut it down. In order for this to proceed to trial, which it is, the case has to be open and they have to investigate it to have all the evidence, preserve the evidence and things like that. So there's no way they could shut anything down in an open case. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. Now, to Candace, she might feel that things are being shut down because she's been shut out. And why is she being shut out? Because, ma'am, you're not law enforcement. Last time I checked, you're Candace Owens, political commentator, YouTuber. You're not FBI, you're not CIA, you're not law enforcement at all. So no one in law enforcement has to share any information with you. So to you, you might feel shut out, or you feel like they're not giving any more information. Initially, they gave information because they needed the public's help in, locating or figuring out who the suspect was. That happens a lot of times initially. At the onset of an investigation, the police will release like surveillance footage and just to see if anyone recognizes the suspect. That's smart. I mean, you won't know who that person is, but if you broadcast it and it's all over social media and it's all over the news, someone is sure to recognize that person, which is exactly and precisely what happened. But then I think 33 hours or so, 36 hours. And so with that being said, that's why they initially shared some information like surveillance and certain things like that. Even the rifle being shared, the father recognized the rifle, right? So even that was being shared because that was a part of something that someone might recognize because it's a unique rifle. It's unique. And so that's why evidence was being shared. But now evidence is not going to be shared because that can interfere with the actual ongoing investigation. Candace has a way of going about things where she expects law enforcement to share and give all information. And if they don't, then they're hiding, they're shutting things down, they're being fishy. Where I'm from, everyone knows that law enforcement cannot share information during ongoing investigation. They can't.
To another explosive story that I have for you today, because do you remember Thomas Matthew Crooks? Probably not, because oddly, the feds told us that, hey, don't even worry about that 20-year-old who got up on a rooftop and tried to assassinate President Donald Trump, right? That story just got buried. Well, today we have some exclusive information about him, never before seen footage of Matthew Crooks, and it's going to be just the beginning of our coverage regarding what we know. So welcome back to Candace.
Let me get some shout outs while that's playing. Shout out to RC117. Thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. He says, I love being in the home of the truth and the receipts. Don't mess with my Dani. I'm a Capricorn and extremely protective. Happy anniversary. I appreciate you. Shout out to my girl Tracy in the building. Happy 5th month anniversary to Tracy. She says 5 months down, forever to go. You've been a blessing to me, Dani. Just know this. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Tracy. I appreciate you. And happy anniversary. And also shout out to 8 with the 24. Happy 23 months anniversary. Almost 2 years for you. Says Dani, thank you for entertaining me on days I feel like giving up. You and the Avengers are like my virtual family. Thank you so much. And sending a virtual rose right back at you. And everyone else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
Okay, so let's start with the breaking news. I don't even know if it's considered breaking news when it comes to the feds. Like, I don't think it's breaking news. I think it's just the news. This is what they do. Well, I have it now on a very well-placed authoritative source that the FBI is putting an absurd amount of pressure right now on the authorities in Utah and also the rest of the government in Utah to come out and to say that the Charlie Kirk case is closed. They want it over. They want Charlie's assassination to be officially ruled lone gunman. It was a lone gunman that did that. Nobody else is involved. Now, why would they? Why would they want that, right? What are they saying, at least to the authorities? Are they saying like, this is the reason? And I'm sure they're not coming out and being honest or saying something that might ring truer to us, the public, which would be,
why would they? Number one, where's your evidence of them actually seeing this information? Because we're just hearing this from you. We need the actual source. Like, play the audio, show the receipt of where the government is seeing this. With conspiracy people, I need to see receipts. Show me receipts and evidence of what you're saying, and then give me your feedback or your rebuttal to it. Where is the evidence of this happening? Secondly, we all know and understand that only one shot wrong that day. Only one shot to his neck. Charlie Kirk, one bullet. That's it. A single shot. So, since we only have one shot, we only need one weapon. And since we have the actual rifle weapon belonging to, Tyler Robinson's grandfather, who the weapon was now in Tyler Robinson's possession. So one rifle, one bullet, one shot fired, one lone shooter. Am I missing something? So the rifle belongs to the grandfather of Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson had that rifle in his possession. He took that rifle and fired one shot from the rooftop. His DNA is on that gun as evidence, DNA evidence. He admitted to dropping that off in the woods, that rifle, right? He even knew the pickup spot before the drop-off spot before it was even announced as the drop-off spot. Only unaliver would know that information. There is some information that people know before it actually is even released to the public. And based on the timeline of the messages and communication with the roommate, Tyler Robinson was privy to information that only the suspect would know before it was released to the public. But yeah, going back to that, one rifle, one shot, one lone shooter. If we have multiple shots fired, then we can possibly bring in more than one shooter, but we only have one shot fired, so that's one shooter. Now you can try to say maybe it was a higher hit. So then who would have hired Tyler Robinson? Unless you're trying to say Tyler Robinson wasn't hired, he just completely wrong. Again, Candace does not have this lined up correctly as to what's happening here. Because if her argument is completely like that Tyler Robinson isn't the shooter at all, not even a higher hitman or anything, that doesn't make sense with the actual DNA evidence of the rifle, the confession to family. None of this is adding up. So I need Candace to connect dots. Again, this is my second video going over her Charlie Kirk, and no dots are connecting for Candace. I'm an objective person. So I will look at what the law enforcement has as far as witness statements, you know, the ballistics, the DNA evidence, and things like that. And then also the suspect confession or anything like that. And then I will also look at what Candace is piecing together. And so far, some things that Candace is saying actually proves the law enforcement side more than her own. For example, she produced a picture saying that this was Tyler Robinson at a nearby Dairy Queen near that actual shooting around that time that's close by there. That evidence actually helps the actual police because it puts him, someone that is not going to that school, in that area right after the shooting. Okay? So with that being said, there's people filming this whole, event, at Utah Valley University, and there is only one person in all these videos, only one person seen on the roof. And then people are only going by, okay, well, we only have that one video. No, the police actually said that there's actual Utah Valley University. They have they have surveillance footage as well of, Tyler making his way to the rooftop and making his way down from the rooftop. So there is surveillance footage tracking him from point A to B to C. It's not like, okay, well, and then, and based on those timings, then they can also then use witness evidence and surveillance and say, okay, well, that was recorded after this point. So he's pretty much is being tracked from going up to the rooftop to someone filming him on top of the rooftop to him like going down from the rooftop. Oh no, and then so he's being tracked. So are they going to release every piece of evidence to the public? No, they are not. They're going to save that for trial because they're going to save it to trial. Now, what they can do and what they will do is give this information to the defense so that way Tyler Robinson and his defense can properly defend him. And that was a process, of course, of discovery of, sharing this information. But as for the public, no, the public is not going to be privy to any of this. Think about the Dani trial. Did we know everything that was going to be presented at the Dani trial, and every witness that was going to be called, and every little thing about the Dani trial? No, we had to actually watch the trial to see, everything being laid out, who was being called, what evidence, all the evidence they had. Before the Dani trial, I didn't know every escort that was going to be called or presented. We found out at trial. So expect that with this whole Tyler Robertson case. You're not going to know every witness. You're not going to know every piece of evidence until the actual trial. And that's for the, so nothing will be tainted or interfere with the whole, justice process. Okay. He has the right to a fair trial, and releasing certain information can actually mess up the trial. Okay? Hold on a second. And also the victims have the right to have justice as well in this case. So we have to be realistic here. What I dislike about some conspiracy people are they are always saying that law enforcement is covering up or hiding things, when in this case, in some cases like police brutality, let's be honest here, we know that things will be covered up and hidden. But they are twisting normal police behavior of keeping the evidence secure until trial and not releasing all evidence because it's going to interfere with the investigation. They're twisting that into something fishy when it's actually normal police protocol. That's what's annoying. And then also there has been some victims that cannot speak or give interviews or come forward about anything because they're actually key witnesses that actually have been gagged, so they can't come forward. But conspiracy people are like, oh, why isn't the roommate speaking? The roommate is definitely a key witness that I'm sure the prosecution have told him and has told him that he cannot speak. That was already ordered, I think, September 22nd for lawyers to tell these, like, I think key witnesses that they are pretty much, I would say, gagged. Now, Candace was trying to say that she was gagged, which I don't believe. Now, there has been a new document released, and the new document is pretty much saying that lawyers in this case want clarification on this so-called gag order and who it applies to. They believe, as is, the current gag is too broad and it's not like specific, and they need clarity. So I do have that document. I will go over that. That was something that was just put out recently. And I understand they want clarity because it is actually too broad, because who is actually considered a witness? Because if you think about that event, there was a whole audience, a crowd of people, and a lot of people witnessed it. So they do need to narrow it down to who they consider a witness, because, you know, they're saying, you know, is it going to be 3,000 people at an event that witnessed it and they have to be, you know, silenced or gagged? Or is it just going to be narrowed down? So they want more, they wanted that to be clarified. That's the latest document.
Them saying, well, we know who did this and we want to protect those people, so close the case. What they're actually saying instead is essentially, if you don't close the case against Charlie Kirk and rule it a lone gunman, then it might mess up our prosecution against Tyler Robinson. That feels a little bit to me like moral blackmail. Hey, man.
No, what happens is once they have done, you know, now, number one, we don't even know if they actually said this. Candace is just saying this without a receipt. And I don't really trust things without a receipt. Where is the receipt of law enforcement actually saying that? Now, what I can believe is that they would say that this is a lone shooter incident. And that is true. This is a lone shooter incident. We only have one round that was shot. It's a lone shooter. Now, if you're trying to say that there's one shooter, but then there's a whole, like, Benjamin Netanyahu and or some other people are behind this whole planning and plotting with one lone assassin that isn't Tyler Robertson, like some sort of action movie. That's not what's going on here. That's going completely off of what the roommate and the parents and even the suspect has said himself. So in my opinion, Candace is rewriting her own story and her own narratives over this whole case. Okay. And, you know, so we're going to get more into that.
We're not hiding anything, but, you know, we've got this guy, Tyler Robinson. If you don't close this case, then it might harm our chances of locking this guy up. Yeah, I'm sure. I am sure that they are being just moral. I'm sure they're telling the truth to the authorities. Now, I want to remind you guys, we should take a look at their current case against Tyler Robinson to see if we should accept this narrative, because currently there is absolutely no video which shows Tyler Robinson firing the weapon or even taking aim at Charlie Kirk. In fact, the individual who filmed the footage of the shooter on the roof, the lone video that exists of the shooter on the roof, also told me that he doesn't think that Tyler Robinson is the guy. So how's that going to work for an eyewitness?
So you say that you have the one person who fired the so you say you have evidence from the guy who filmed it, the one person that filmed the rooftop, and you're saying that that person is saying that that's not Tyler Robinson on the rooftop from his distance away. Now, by the way, the person that filmed the rooftop, do you actually have proof? Like, where's your video or receipt of that person speaking and admitting to, filming that? Secondly, that video, from what I see from my angle, that video is not really sufficient. It's not really. Can y'all really see 100% like who's on the rooftop in that video? That video is not really clear. There's no way someone can look at that and describe someone to a T as to, how that person looks at all. Not from that video footage. Remember, we are looking at the video from their angle, from the distance that they were and how they filmed it. And we can see pretty much what they were seeing. And that's not a hunt. I would not rely on someone saying, oh, that's not the person from that distance. You can, rely on, when they filmed it and what time they filmed it and where the suspect was on the roof. But to actually describe 100% of how the person looked, not really. They were too far away. Now, even though there's no video of the moment that Tyler Robinson squeezes the trigger that we know of on the rooftop, the actual charging documents and affidavit show that they have continuous surveillance footage that tracks Tyler Robinson. We saw the surveillance footage, for example, of Tyler Robinson making his way up to the rooftop. He's walking up the stairs. They say slightly before noon, that he was walking up those stairs, and we saw how he was walking funny. I even mentioned it when I first saw that surveillance, that it looks like his leg was kind of like stiff, or it was just not moving right, like he was just swinging his hip like he had some sort of he walked in a weird way or something. And people were saying that he was concealing his rifle, and that that's why it was stiff in that right leg. And so he's a little off of that, they see him climbing onto the roof, like running across the rooftop. And later they see him popping up and sprinting away the exact second the shot is fired. So he's being tracked. So what I would expect during a trial is we're going to see all the evidence of the tracking of Tyler Robinson, all the footage from UBU that we have not seen, all the footage. We're going to see, like, they're going to track him, but I best believe they're going to have him walking. They're going to have him from the time he gets to campus, makes his way there. They're going to have they're going to track his every movement with everything linked, even from like the UBU surrounding areas. They're going to have civilians and the public. They're going to have their rain cameras and their video cameras. They're going to have this whole timeline. Are they releasing everything now? Of course not. But are they going to have that at trial? Yes. And they've already kind of shown us that they've had him, making his way to the rooftop. Keep in mind that once they do this whole rooftop and this whole investigation of rooftops, UVU has cameras, as we can see, right? So they are obviously going to look at all camera systems. They're going to look at the whole campus. They're not just going to just focus on this. Obviously, they're not going to tell us this, but they're going to look at every single building there in that area. And they're going to look at their surveillance and see if anyone was making their way up to the rooftop of any of those buildings around the time that Charlie Kirk was shot. So if they look at these nearby buildings, and lo and behold, there's only one person in these nearby buildings making their way up to the rooftop and making their way down from the rooftop and running across the rooftop, it's all going to add up to the fact that it's Tyler Robinson. Because remember, someone cannot get to the rooftop like they can't just be like abracadabra, make themselves to the rooftop. There has to be some sort of surveillance showing someone going up to the rooftop, coming down from the rooftop, on the rooftop. There's going to have to be evidence. And so far, they can say it's a lone shooter because in looking at all the surveillance footage from the campus that day, they only see one person making their way up, one person making their way down, one person run across the rooftop, and the person all matches Tyler Robinson. So I wouldn't say just focus on what the police are really insinuating or implying as to their actual evidence. And they're pretty much telling us that they have tracked his movement through UVU and through the community footage and things like that, okay? And then everyone knows what time Charlie Kirk was unalive. So based on that, they can look at the timing of any surveillance footage on campus as to who was on rooftops or making their way up to those rooftops and who could possibly be concealing any weapons. And all of that points to Tyler. And that's not even it. Remember, there is a bullet that was lodged into his neck. Charlie Kirk. With that bullet, they're actually going to be able to see what gun it came from and was fired from. And that bullet, that's it. That's actually in Charlie Kirk's neck that was lodged there. That is also going to be matching that rifle and the bullets that, Tyler himself has purchased. So everything is going to be linked to Tyler Robinson. That's a unique rifle, came from his grandfather. We also have Tyler Robinson confessing to his family that he did this and to his roommate. So there's no way really out of this situation. It's not. So is it safe for the FBI to say there's a lone shooter? Yes, because all the evidence is pointing towards the lone shooter. And even though we might not have the moment he squeezes the trigger, we have the moment, when the shot is fired, he is seen running across the rooftop. And everyone knows you shoot someone, you do a crime, you're going to take off and try to get away. So boom, shots fired. He runs, and then people can track him jumping from that rooftop, track him going through the community. And you're going to be surprised. You're going to be able to track his movements more than you think because they have not released everything. So with that being said, Candace is not really making any sense as far as this whole situation. The rifle was exactly where, when he tossed his rifle, it was exactly where he said he left it at, wrapped in a towel. Only the suspect will know, number one, where it was left at. Number two, that the rifle is the grandfather's, it belonged, and also that it was wrapped in a towel. It's too specific. Okay. And his DNA is on the rifle trigger, both in the cartridges that have the little memes on it and the towel. His DNA is everywhere. There's no way Tyler Robinson is going to get away with this. Now, what will happen later when Candace Owens looks, in my opinion, stupid? Number one, she has this whole Bridget McCrone, which I discussed that yesterday. The Bridget McCrone, she's not a man, so that's going to, in my opinion, that is going to be dismissed, but not because that she's a man. It's because that they sued her in Delaware instead of Tennessee, and I don't believe that Delaware has jurisdiction over Candace, who runs her business and lives in Tennessee, and everything is in Tennessee. So she has no minimum contacts in Delaware for them to properly sue her in Delaware, unless I don't know. Most precedented cases says no, just because the business was formed there and incorporated there. A lot of people do that for Delaware. It doesn't mean that that's where they're domiciled or conduct their business. So I think that will be dismissed, and they probably will have to refile that case in Tennessee or have the judge transfer it out to Tennessee. But nevertheless, if it were properly filed in the right jurisdiction, it would turn out that Candace Owens lied about Bridget McCrone. And at the conclusion of the Tyler Robinson case, when they have all this, a plethora of evidence of everything that you would be like, oh, wow, they have this and they have that. They're going to have him fully tracked down from point A, B, C, D. It's completely like, oh, wow. They're just not releasing all of it now. And then she's gonna look really stupid. And then they're gonna go over all the evidence, such as the DNA evidence, which for a long time people have, like, oh, DNA. But in this case, some people are overlooking that they actually have DNA evidence and also a confession. We have his family that have said that, they had this talk with him about it, and he considered unaliving himself to avoid accountability for this whole situation.
Account. When he reported the shooter on the roof to Utah on the campus, he was clear that the person was wearing an entirely different outfit than the ones that they're currently trying to claim that Tyler wore on that day. Remember, Tyler was just supposed to be wearing a t-shirt and some jeans. He says no, he was in tactical gear. The person that I saw was in tactical gear. Also, that eyewitness told me that gun doesn't even match what I saw.
The eyewitness said the gun doesn't even match what you saw? Ma'am, y'all listen, where is the witness at? With these conspiracy people, they always say they have this source and that witness and this person. Where is this person at? Who is this invisible source? There's always an invisible source, or someone telling her this or someone telling her that. Who is the person? And if you ask who the person is, that's when they'll say, well, they can't say, or they, well, this reminds me of Jag, because when the trial actually happens, there's not going to be any of this. Or if there is, we don't know how to verify this because she's not giving any information. So we will have to see. I can't wait till trial because this is going to be revealed. But we have they have the surveillance video from Utah Valley University. And we see him wearing that long black sleeve shirt. And it has the American flag with that eagle graphic. And he's wearing these dark jeans, he's wearing these sunglasses and these Converse shoes, right? And the shooter wore exactly what Tyler was captured wearing before and after the shooting. And keep in mind that if you actually watch some of my other videos, Tyler Robertson, those shoes, he wears those shoes all the time. He has other pictures that he's wearing those same shoes. And he has like the same glasses in some other pictures. He's wearing some of the same clothing items, and accessories that he has in other pictures. It's just more and more evidence linking Tyler, right? And when the person was walking up the stairs, they had the same outfit on, like walking up to the rooftop, walking back down, they still had the same walking, when they're walking, you see the same outfit. Now, what we also see is a backpack. And with that backpack, you have to say, why would this person bring a backpack? Obviously to blend in, but there obviously is going to be possibly a change of clothes in the backpack. Obviously, right? And don't forget that there is a handwritten note that before he even went to the campus, he already had a handwritten note under the keyboard that he shared with his roommate. And then it has said, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it. So there is already, intention, like intent. It was premeditated. This was premeditated. He already knew before he was going to that campus. That's why he brought the gun. He probably had a backpack with a change of clothes. This is premeditated. It is. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it. So when he left that note and he left that house that day that he shared with Lance, his roommate and lover, he already knew that he was going to take out Charlie Kirk. And when he starts to text his roommate, lover, he also talks about the timeline. He talks about the, as far as the engravings and the weapon, and that stuff all aligns with the actual suspect and what happened with this unaliving. So we're not just going by some sort of alleged bystander or someone that you said, this mysterious invisible source that you are talking about, that you have, and you're not, telling us who it is. But you're telling us who it is, but there's no evidence or proof of it. Meanwhile, the actual evidence has been presented by the law enforcement, who has his actual family, mother, father, and roommate, lover that's giving the police this information about Tyler and things like that. Don't forget, there are going to be phone records between, Tyler and his father. There's going to be phone records, right? There's also going to be, they already have these text messages. And it's not just about text messages like, oh, look at the phone. They actually will extract these text messages from this whole, this messaging between him and the roommate, and these so what? Somewhat like confessions through these text messages about what has been done. So they have their the timeline and Tyler's unwritten plan. So a lot of times with Candace, she tries to act like the evidence is minimal or there's not a lot of evidence. She always just tries to make up a whole new story. And she doesn't mention the actual evidence that disproves it and debunks it. And that's what even Bridget McCrone is arguing in her lawsuit against Candace, that Candace overlooks anything that debunks her or disproves what she's saying. And I'm like, of course she's going to do that, because if she acknowledges the evidence that actually debunks her, then her whole storyline falls apart. Her content and her monetization of this whole thing and grip of this whole thing for content and profit falls apart, and then she has no more content. The goal of a conspiracy is to keep moving the goalposts, keep the conspiracy going, to keep the content going. Okay. Now, I'm not, and another thing that Candace does, she conflates things such as, we are talking about Tyler Robertson and he is on the live of Charlie Kirk. She will then bring up other issues or side topics, such as Charlie Kirk had issues with Benjamin Netanyahu. Is that true? Yes, I believe so. However, that doesn't mean that Benjamin Netanyahu has anything to do with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. She will bring up that there's possible issues with Turning Point USA and things that are a little fishy. But those fishy things has nothing to do with the evidence of who unalived Charlie Kirk, and it does not link any of those people from Turning Point USA to unaliving Charlie Kirk. Oh, someone took down the camera that was behind Charlie Kirk immediately after Charlie Kirk was unalived. And I'm like, they took down their camera. Everyone at the event took their camera phone with them and packed up their own camera equipment. It's not unusual for people to take their camera or take their equipment. Was that person supposed to leave campus and leave their equipment there, their camera? If I go to an event or something and something happens, I'm taking my camera with me. I am, because it's mine. Now, if that person was viewed and seen taking down UBU surveillance and trying to break, the campus, cameras, or take their equipment, that will be different. Like, whoa, why are you trying to take the Utah Valley University surveillance cameras? But no, he's seen taking his own camera down. Yeah. So she makes things suspicious that are not suspicious. Now, are there things that are suspicious and fishy looking, like that same guy doing like some sort of selfie video? And, yeah, that is fishy and weird, However, he's not on the rooftop. He doesn't have a rifle in his hand. He's not signaling to anyone to do anything. So he's just a bystander. So he's not the shooter. If he's not the shooter, if he has some sort of rifle or gun or something, then maybe. But how can he be? She's not connecting him to the rooftop and the shooting of somebody jumping from the roof or going up to any roof or any hand signals to do anything to anyone on the roof. She's not connecting him to any of that. So that's why I'm like, it's pointless. So she brings up things that are side topics and tries to act like it has something to do with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, but she doesn't connect any dots. Okay, so he had issues with Benjamin Netanyahu. So how does that actually connect to the unaliving of Charlie Kirk as far as the evidence goes? It doesn't. Okay, how does that, his issues with Benjamin Netanyahu, explain that his DNA, Tyler Robertson's DNA on the actual bullets and the actual, gun trigger? Did Benjamin Netanyahu hire Tyler Robertson? You have to explain how the grandfather's rifle, which is going to match the, with ballistic evidence, and it's going to match. You have to explain how the grandfather's rifle was used in this unaliving, and how does Benjamin Netanyahu have anything to do with this grandfather's rifle in Utah? And then later used by Tyler, found in Tyler Robinson's possession. I mean, that he dropped off in the woods. So there's a lot of names being thrown out. We will be going through all of these videos one by one, but there's a lot of names being thrown out in this direction, and this direction, this direction. But she's never linking any of these people to the actual evidence or any evidence. So now, will I say it's creating a lot of drama? Yeah, because she's naming Donald Trump. She's saying, Ben, she's mentioning Ben. She's mentioning Ackman. She's mentioning everyone at Turning Point USA. It's a lot of things. Like, she's throwing a lot of things around. But not once has she linked any of these people to the actual rifle and the evidence. That's what I'm looking for. Her linking these people to the actual campus and the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, and explaining the rifle, the actual DNA evidence, the confession, the roommate. You have to add all these things in there.
And like I said, this individual definitively has experience with guns. He teaches people how to fire guns. So according to him and what he observed, if he's going to be brought into this court case that they're saying they want to, they want to bring charges against Tyler, he's going to testify and say, no, that doesn't look like the gun. That doesn't look like the person. So how's this going to work? Also, according to the individual that told me this, regarding the feds trying to push for this case closure.
So here's the thing. I'm going to look more into this, but Candace, in my opinion, makes up these invisible people. Who is this all of a sudden this expert that is telling you, oh, from that distance that they filmed this, and from that distance that's not the weapon? What we need is actual real people that are actually going to be a witness to this case. We don't need anyone to just randomly just say, oh, I'm the one that filmed this, I'm the one that knows. So all of a sudden someone filmed this and they're just a major expert at everything pertaining to guns and at like knowing who the suspect is and is not. I'm not believing it. You need more receipts and evidence, okay? And if you follow anything that I've covered, from Allie Carter, Shelley Carter, Jaguar Wright, all these conspiracy people have one thing in common. They talk a lot about these. There is someone that told them this, and someone that told them that, and this person told them that, and they don't produce any receipts or evidence of any of these conversations, any of these people. Jaguar Wright rescued 3 people from Epstein Island. She said she was going to interview those people and bring them online. She has never produced one receipt of rescuing anyone from Epstein Island. No witnesses have came forward, and she has nothing at all to back what she's saying.
The feds don't even have any footage that explains how exactly the rifle in particular got onto the roof. That stuns me. That's stunning information, right? Because all we have is, well, in the indictment, he dropped onto the roof at 12:15 p.m. Tyler Robertson just dropped onto the roof. I guess in our minds, we assumed on the...
So now she's talking about this, but I want to go back to where the officials never described any tactical gear. She said something about, she's introducing something about tactical gear. We actually see him walking up the stairs, and I don't see any tactical gear, just, a black long sleeve shirt, jeans, Converse style shoes, that flag with the actual American Eagle on the front. And he has, it's like a visible limp that, people are believing that he concealed the rifle. Okay. So you're trying to say, how did he get the rifle? And people are saying that he had that in his actual genes. And that's why he was like, he was walking in that way. And I think also that he actually admitted to changing clothes after the shooting. So let me actually pull up that document about the clothes. Okay, so I have documents. I want to make sure I'm precise. Let me see here. The family friend also asked Robertson if he had any clothes that were related to what he did. Robertson replied that he had disposed of the clothes in different areas. So let me actually bring that up so y'all can see. And that's found right here. It says the family friend spoke to police and reported telling Robertson that it would be best if he brought all evidence with him to the sheriff's office to avoid police having to search his parents' home. The family friend also asked Robertson if he had any clothes that were related to what he did. Robertson replied that he had disposed of the clothes in different areas. And right here, it says, Robinson says, when he's talking to the roommate, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't know if it had a serial number, but it would not trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in the bush where I changed outfits. So right here, he's saying that he doesn't know if the rifle had a serial number, which I'm sure it does, and he's saying that it would not trace to him, but it would trace to possibly his grandpa because it's his grandpa's rifle. And right here, he says, I worry about prints. And why would he say he's worried about prints? Because he realized that he didn't have gloves on. When he's walking up those stairs, he's in tactical gear and this and that. We don't see that. And we don't see gloves on Tyler's hands. So since we don't see gloves on his hands, obviously when he gets to that rooftop, he's using his bare hands on that actual trigger, right? And it says, I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Did not have the ability or time to bring it with. And then he says, I might have to abandon it and hope they don't find prints. How the fuck will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was a rifle wrapped in a towel. And then it says, remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notice this bulge UW on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm gonna have to leave it. That really fucking sucks. So he's saying that he has left his, gun in the woods, well, in a bush and he says where I changed outfits. So that means that what we saw him wearing initially, that black long sleeve shirt with the jeans and the Converse shoes, now most likely he probably kept the shoes on. But the actual outfit, he admits that he left the gun in a bush where he changed outfits. So then he changed his clothes. So when someone sees him later, people see him later after he tosses the gun in that towel, they're going to see him in a different outfit. Okay, now nowhere in these documents do they mention anything about a tactical outfit. Candace makes up stuff. Like I never heard anyone mention a tactical outfit. He looked like, if you actually recall, the police actually said that the suspect looks like someone that would blend in to the college campus. So he blending in would be a tactical outfit. If people saw someone walking up to the roof or going up to the roof or on campus in a tactical outfit, that would be a dead giveaway and be suspicious. For this to work and for him to pull it off, he needs to blend in. A backpack, 22 years old, a backpack, with a shirt with the American flag, with the eagle. It's an event happening there. He has these jeans and a shirt and a baseball cap and sunglasses. He blends in. The tactical outfit, he would not have blended in. So I don't know where Candace makes up stuff and then goes off on a long tangent or rant about something that's not even a topic, to make it seem, to be a contrast. And then it says, judging from today, I'd say grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2,000 scope. And then Robinson goes on to say, delete this exchange. So he wants the roommate to delete this whole message exchange. And it says, my dad wants photos of the rifle. So his dad is asking him for photos of the rifle. He says, grandpa wants to know who has what. The fans released a photo of the rifle and it is very unique. He's calling me. I'm not answering. So he admits that his father is calling him. He's not answering. And he says, since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. And Robinson says, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. So right here, we have Robinson in these messages that, they're going to be able to take this out, which I'm sure they have, and extract these text messages from the phone, from these devices. And he says, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. Why would someone that's innocent say they're going to turn themselves in willingly? Why? He's actually knowing about where the gun is, how the gun was left. He knows what type of gun it is. He knows it's his grandfather's rifle. They're going to be able to match that gun to the grandfather, trace it. He's pretty much trapped. There is overwhelming evidence on Tyler Robinson being the suspect. There's actual confession. And even through these messages right here, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. And Robinson says, again, you are all I worry about, love. I'm much more worried. And then the roommate says, I'm much more worried about you. And then Robinson says, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. So do I expect that Tyler Robinson will say, I'm guilty? No, I don't think that he will say, even with the confession, some people still will not say they're guilty. They're going to leave it up to the prosecutors and the prosecution to prove their case. Like, no one, I have never, some people go and say, some people end up taking a plea deal, but for the most part, most people, guilty or innocent, are going to say not guilty and hope that they can win, or there's not enough evidence to nail them. But in this case, I don't really see how he's going to get away because there's too much evidence, and he had already confessed. Okay. So in that case, even if a witness saw something different, even momentarily, we have him admitting that he changed clothes. So since he changed clothes, we now know that in his backpack, he was carrying a change of clothes, because obviously he's not going to be able to go home and then go back to that same, area. He's obviously he had a change of clothes in his backpack. And that surveillance on UBU, you can see him making his way around, and he has that same outfit that we saw with the long sleeves. And then when he gets, I guess, in the wooded area, he changes clothes.
Picture that they released, the sole picture or set of pictures from the same moment of him walking up the stairs, we assumed that he, like I said, stanky-legged it, the whole stanky leg all the way up onto the rooftop. That was our perception. But it turns out, according to my source, they don't know how the rifle got onto the roof.
Oh my gosh, from her source. You know what? That's the thing that annoys me about conspiracy people. I can easily just go live and just make up anything and says, "Oh, my sources told me. My sources told me. My sources told me." Where are the freaking sources at? There's all people like that get on my nerves. They have these invisible sources. Now, are there times people have sources? Yeah. Other times people are just making it up to give themselves some sort of credibility or some sort of fake insider information. Oh, my sources tell me, my sources. And there are no sources. This is made up. Okay.
That's interesting. How are we bringing this to trial? Now, regarding the bullets, the source says that it was too fragmented to match Tyler's rifle, so they don't have even the bullet.
They don't have the bullet. There's no exit wound for Tyler. I mean, for Charlie Kirk, there's no exit wound. How can they not have the bullet? I'm confused. So if there is no exit wound, then the bullet remains lodged in the tissues of his neck or his neck somewhere, right? So they will just obviously take the bullet out. They're not going to just keep it in there. Obviously, with the autopsy or anything they do, they're going to take the bullet out. And then now they have the actual bullet as their evidence. And then they'll be able to match the bullet to the rifle. So what is she really talking about? See, that's the whole thing. Candace be making up stuff. She just be making up stuff.
And let us not forget that Tyler himself has not confessed to anything. And that part also didn't make sense. He said
he has not confessed to anything. He says, "I'm going to turn myself in willingly," in text messages to his roommate. Why would someone say, "I'm going to turn myself in willingly"? He also told his roommate, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk. And he also left this message before he even went to the campus. And he took it. He says, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I took it." This is not just going to be like he say, she say. These are actually going to be text exchanges. So let's go back to the document. Right here, the roommate. Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that the roommate received messages from Robinson about the shooting and provided those messages to police. On September 10, 2025, the roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, "Drop what you are doing. Look under my keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." Police found a photograph of this note. So when Tyler Robinson wasn't even at home, and before he had left home, he had left this message. So what they're going to look for is, do you not realize that there's going to be some sort of evidence to prove what time Tyler Robinson left home? Most likely there's going to be cameras at that apartment complex that he lives in, possibly rain cameras or other things or other indicators of when he left that apartment. There could be traffic surveillance. We live in a time of surveillance. There's cameras everywhere. People have rain cameras. There's, on the roads, traffic lights. There's surveillance tracking everyone when you leave home, you know, some people have cameras in their home. We're constantly being tracked and surveilled, right? So when they actually take all this into consideration, they're going to actually realize that when he left home and this message was under the keyboard, that this was premeditated, and that he left home with that rifle, with a backpack and a change of clothes, with the intent to go unalive Charlie Kirk. And that before anyone knew about anything, that he knew too many details. And that's what's going to happen with the timeline. That Tyler Robertson is going to be telling his roommate certain things and speaking on certain things that only the suspect will know. And that's why police don't release every piece of evidence, because they realize that if they are quiet on certain topics, the suspect will swill and say things that only the suspect will know. And that will be quite telling as to their guilt, because how would you know this piece of information or that piece of information unless you were the actual suspect? Only the suspect would know that it's found in the woods, the rifle's in the bush in the woods, where it's at, and that is in a towel, what type of rifle it is, and who's the actual owner, which is the grandfather. He knew too much information before it was actually released. Okay. Yeah, the rifle was released to the public at one point, but no one knew that it was a rifle belonging to Tyler Robertson's grandfather. Who would know that besides the suspect? Because everyone knew that a rifle was found at some point. Yeah, at some point. But how many of you knew that it was Tyler Robertson's grandfather's rifle? Oh, I know. You didn't know that. You didn't know that until the evidence came out, right? And then you can say, well, how do we know? Well, obviously they're going to be able to trace the serial number or trace it to the grandfather and whoever owns it. So there's no way out of this situation. So here's a confession. There's multiple confessions. There's confessions to his mother and father. There's a confession to his roommate. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. There's a confession right there. And the other one is I'm going to willingly turn myself in. That's another confession. Like, how many confessions do you want? How many confessions do you want? And let me see what the mother is. And then don't forget, the mother knows her son. She knows how he's who am I going to believe on how a suspect looks? A bystander, an alleged invisible bystander? Am I going to believe that that person knows how the suspect looks? Or am I going to believe Robinson's mother, who knows her 22-year-old son's outfits, how he dresses, how he walks, how he carries himself, how he looks, how he's skilled at, his marksmanship, or, she has realized that he has been trained in, weapons since he was a child. All her kids are going to these gun shows and gun events with military law enforcement people, telling them how to hold a gun, how to carry a gun, how to position yourself, your body posture. So who would you believe? The mother saying that she recognized that was her son in surveillance, or some bystander that never saw Tyler before a day in their life, and then only saw him at one event and saying, oh, that's not Tyler? I think I'm going to go with the mother who recognized her 22-year-old son, because she has birthed him. She has raised him. She has spent hours and hours and counting years with him. So I would believe the mother compared to some bystander. And also, a mother doesn't want to turn their child in. A mother loves her child, wants to protect their child, doesn't want their child to be getting a death penalty or anything. That would be a hard pill to swallow for a mother, to even turn their son in or want their son. Her stomach probably dropped when she realized it was her son. So a mother turning in her own son and recognizing her own son, I would go with the mother believing it. Because although it was hard, a mother's going to recognize her own son before a total, complete stranger, right? So on September 11, 2025, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. Robinson's mother called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was at home sick and that he had also been at home sick on September 10th. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspected shooter looked like Robinson. Robinson's father agreed. Now we not only have the mother, but the father. They're looking at this photo of the surveillance, and oh my gosh, it looks like their son, dressed like their son, everything their son, they know their son. And it's so interesting if you look at photos of Tyler Robinson, guess what? He's wearing those same Converse shoes. He's wearing the similar outfits and those same glasses. And the hats, he's always wearing those caps. It is him. Okay, it's just too much evidence. So the father also agreed. So a father who has taken his son to probably gun ranges or firing, just to shoot the weapon and things like that, hunting, who knows? But what I do know is the family, their photos are seen at these gun events, and even like his younger siblings that are still minors, they are already carrying weapons, and and not like carrying as far as I'm saying on a day-to-day, but you can see them actually holding weapons, should I say. So even those minors are being trained at an early age, as we can see by the pictures, on how to fire a weapon and use a weapon and things like that. So this is a family that they are trained. So people are looking for this trained assassin with military experience or law enforcement experience, some FBI assassin sent by Benjamin Netanyahu or someone international. Or, they have this ideal suspect in mind. And I admit, when I first heard about it, I was thinking about an assassin or a hired hit. And when I saw Tyler Robertson, I'm like, yeah. So I can see people's doubt. However, once I looked at the family's photos and the family dynamics and the minors and even Tyler holding these guns at these events, and I was like, yeah, it is him, because he might not have the expected like law enforcement or military experience. But people are not taking into consideration that if you have a child and you train them in anything from, gymnastics, figure skating, from a young age, there are a lot of people in the Olympics that are minors, that are kids, because from an early age, they've been doing these activities. And a lot of Olympic medalists and things like that, they started from a child. So if you take into consideration that he possibly was being trained on how to use a firearm since maybe age of 10, and that he's now 22, that would give him at least 12 years of experience in firearms. And 12 years of experience in firearms is actually great, or a lot. It is. That's a significant amount of time for someone to have enough experiences to carry out this unaliving. Now, if this were a case of a 22-year-old that never held a weapon in his whole life, no gun experience, and no history of firearms training at all, I would be suspicious myself, because I wouldn't believe that someone could go to the rooftop and shoot one shot and take out Charlie Kirk. But someone with 12 years of experience and his whole family is into guns, even from his grandpa, 12 years of experience possibly in firearms. Now, yeah, that makes it more believable. And look at him at these gun events. He's really comfortable with it. And I believe that he possibly was even trigger happy. One thing about guns, I will say, or any weapons, people become trigger happy because you go to these these gun ranges, you go hunting, certain things like that. Well, hunting will possibly help people that are trigger happy, but anyone that doesn't really get to hunt or really get to fire their weapon or get to really use it, it becomes just accessory. So I think that some people become trigger happy to where they actually want to take their skills and knowledge and training and actually put it to use. So they actually want to shoot at somebody or you trigger happy. So I think that more studies, I have to look and see if studies are done on that, but I think that even happens with, I would say pepper spray, because I think even if anyone that has pepper spray, if they're honest with themselves, that they might even imagine one day, like they might have to spray somebody with it. Otherwise, it's just an accessory. Like, but I believe in the more extreme cases that people have guns and they become trigger happy and they actually possibly want to, actually use it one day, or they're hoping that some sort of situation will arise for them to be able to fire it. Okay. So after all those years of experience, and then you saw an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and this was his chance to actually, utilize that training. Shout out to Oneida. Thank you so much for the fan funding. She said, keep up the great work, Dani. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate the super sticker. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button.
And Bill Ackman puts up $1 million. Tyler's dad gets the sheriff friend to come over, and they say he did it, and the police come and they bring him in.
So she's trying to throw in this whole thing. Oh, I see her angle, the money angle. That Ackman says he will give $1 million to the person that turns in or, helps to find the suspect in the Charlie Kirk unaliving. And then now the family turns him in so they can get the $1 million. Here's the thing with that whole thing. I don't believe for a second that the mother and father would turn their son in hoping for $1 million. Or that was their intention or anything like that. And in fact, I would need the timeline of when was the money even offered? Because remember, he turned himself in. I gotta see when the money was even offered. But essentially, the parents were asking him questions about his whereabouts and to send pictures of the gun and things like that. So they were already looking into this situation themselves. So anyways, that's her whole angle, was to try to now insinuate or imply that this was all money motivated, or, her tied to trying to say that this whole thing was that that Ackman was to somehow, from Turning Point USA, was to try to pay $1 million to this Robinson family for Tyler Robinson, I guess, to confess. And that's not how it went at all. Ackman was offering this as a reward just to I have to go back into what I said before about this whole Ackman thing as to why he offered an award for information leading to the arrest of the suspect of Charlie Kirk. But I see now her angle of trying to link Ackman from Turning Point USA to this unaliving of Charlie Kirk through this whole monetary award. Now, what I want to say is this: the award doesn't make any sense, because he wouldn't have to do that. He could have just offered them money or gave money or anything like that without actually giving the award money. But I guess you're trying to say, here's the thing. You're still trying to say that Tyler Robinson was the actual shooter. So even for that angle, you're trying to say that he is the shooter, but he was paid to be a hitman or something, a higher hitman from Ackman. Or the family is saying that Tyler Robinson did it, but someone else did it, but they're being paid to say that Tyler Robinson did it as a scapegoat. So are you trying to say that he's a scapegoat? So anyways, my thing with Candace is that she's not really being specific as to her angle or what she's trying to say or what she's trying to do with this whole thing. Is she trying to say that Tyler Robinson is a scapegoat for this situation and that he's not the actual shooter, that he was actually, that Ackman has something to do with it from Turning Point USA, and that this whole reward money angle was just to try to cover up who the real shooter is and to have Tyler Robinson be the fall guy. It doesn't really make any sense. Nevertheless, it doesn't make any sense as far as Ackman has no real connection to this family at all. There's nothing linking. There's no, like, Tyler Robinson wasn't in any communication with Ackman. There's no communication between Robinson and Ackman. Only communication there is between Robinson and his roommate and Robinson and his parents. And don't forget, they'll be able to look at phone records to see any communications. So that doesn't even make any sense. I think that at this point, Candace was just grasping at this point, and it's not making any sense. So I don't know if you're trying to say that Robinson is a scapegoat in this case, or if he's a hired hitman. Either way it goes, none of those make sense as far as evidence goes.
They bring Tyler Robinson in, but Tyler Robinson doesn't confess. So how did you arrest him?
Tyler Robinson did confess, though. So the thing about Candace is she's lying. She's making up stuff. He did confess. He confessed through text messages, and he confessed to his actual parents. So let's go back to this document. So she's making up stuff. And the actual document says, Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspected shooter looked like Robinson's father agreed. And Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. Of course he will become pro-gay. He's gay. He's gay. So of course he's going to become more pro-gay and trans rights oriented because his roommate is transitioning, a male transitioning to a woman, transgender, trans woman is going to obviously lean more towards that way. And she stated that Robinson began to date his roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. And this is from the mother. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. So with that, that's quite telling, because it's telling us really that the father and the son have very different political views. And we have to be honest here, right? That this is a Mormon family and a MAGA family, mostly conservatives, even the grandma has said this. And also there's going to be issues with the whole, he's gay and that he's with someone that's transitioning. So with that being said, he is someone that is in a targeted hate. He's in a targeted group that is often hated because of their sexual orientation or identity. So most likely, some people in the family probably did not even like the fact that he was gay and that he was with someone that was transitioning. So when he says that Charlie Kirk is full of hate, and he's most likely talking about Charlie Kirk's opinions about gay people and even trans people and things like that. So that's why I went into that whole discussion before about people saying that he went off to college and he was radicalized. And I said, no. Before he went off to college, from an early age, I don't know when he realized that he was gay, but the moment he realized he was gay, and I believe that was before he went off to college, he realized that people in his own family were possibly homophobic. People in his peer group, our peers, were possibly homophobic. That people in his Mormon religion or faith were possibly homophobic. I'm not saying all, I'm saying some. And that probably was the turning point for him in some of his views, because he realized that he was different from people around him, and that because he was different, he was also going to be hated by different people. And from there, that's why he would believe that someone like Charlie Kirk, who did spread hateful rhetoric, was someone that was full of hate. And again, we have to go by a motive. People say he didn't have a motive. He does have a motive. He's gay, and he feels like Charlie Kirk's statements about gay people and trans people are transphobic or homophobic. So that was his motive. He said he's full of hate. And in one conversation before the shooting, Robertson mentioned that Charlie Kirk will be holding an event at UVU, which Robertson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robertson accused Kirk of spreading hate. So he believed that he went from campus to campus and everywhere spreading hate, and that this was the opportunity to take him out. And that's what he told his roommate. And he says, I had an opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm taking it, or I did. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. So that was the grandfather's rifle that he gifted to Tyler. So, and that's a unique weapon. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. And remember, in the text messages with Lance, the lover roommate, Robertson actually tells the roommate that his father is asking for a photo of the rifle. So when they are making these comparisons later, they're going to see that what Robertson is telling his roommate lover is what's happening with him with the father's conversation. So the father's conversation with Robertson is going to match and align with what's being said with in the conversation with the roommate. So Robertson did tell the roommate that his father was asking for a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. So he, at that point, he realized that the doors were closing in, the walls were closing in, and he did not want to turn himself in. And I had actually spoke on this before he turned himself in, that I believe that the suspect might do MS. MS is murder-suicide to avoid accountability. And Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. And so as they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated he could not go to jail and just wanted to end it. So he actually confessed to his parents that he was a shooter and stated that he did not want to go to jail and just wanted to end it. So he confessed to his roommate and he confessed to his parents. And it's not just verbally. He confessed to his roommate through text messages. And text messages can be retrieved. Those are electronic communications, and they can be retrieved. There is confessions. There's too much evidence. And when asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil in the guy. Charlie Kirk spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in and convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who is a retired deputy sheriff. Now, keep in mind that if you go back to the messages between Tyler and his lover roommate Lance, Robinson actually tells Lance the same information, that he's gonna willingly turn himself in, and that there is a family friend that deputy sheriff that's going to help him with this, like turning himself in willingly. You see, so there's going to be where these things are aligned. With the communication with the father is going to match the communication with the roommate, and in both cases there is confessions. At Robinson's father's request, the family friend met with Robinson and his parents and convinced Robinson to turn himself in. Now you have the family friend coming into the picture, and he is being brought in on this conversation, and then he now understands that Robinson is the shooter. The family friend spoke to police and reported, telling Robertson that it would be best if he brought all evidence with him to the sheriff's office to avoid police having to search his parents' home. The family friend also asked Robertson if he had any clothes that were related to what he did. Robertson replied that he had disposed of the clothes in different areas. And don't forget, when they actually do their investigation, and if these clothes are found in different areas, they're going to actually, pin it to Tyler. I hate to say this, but with this, well, not hate to say this, but I'm just going to say this, that with the actual DNA evidence and these confessions through text and with multiple parties, he is not going to get out of this. The best he can hope for is some sort of plea deal. And I doubt he even gets a plea deal because there's overwhelming evidence to where they don't even possibly even need to do a plea deal. But who knows? So Candace keeps on saying there's no confession, but there are confessions. And as far as they believe that he concealed the rifle, right, in his pants. Hold on. Yes, DNA consistent with Robertson was found on the rifle's trigger. After shooting Mr. Kirk, Robertson hid the gun, discarded the clothing he wore when he fired the rifle. So DNA was found on the rifle's trigger. So let me actually search this document for DNA. Found on the rifle trigger. DNA consistent with let's see right here. It says the rifle ammunition rounds in the towel were sent for forensic processing. DNA consistent with Robertson was found on the trigger, other parts of the rifle, the fired cartridge casing, 2 of the 3 unfired cartridges, and the towel. So it says right here, this is DNA all over all of this. Not only the trigger, but other parts of the rifle, and even the fired cartridge casing. The fired cartridge casing, and 2 of the 3 unfired cartridges, and the towel. The DNA is all over it. Any reports or raw notes describing any of the physical evidence set forth above, the name, address, and phone number of each person and to whom any of the physical evidence in this case was submitted for analysis, including but limited to all criminalists, forensic reporters, DNA experts, handwriting experts, psychologists, etc. Any DNA, fingerprint, firearm identification, tool mark identification, gunshot residue, or other testing results performed on any item of evidence or any suspect, victim, or witness in this case. With respect to DNA evidence, Utah statute allows no evidence collected or retaining entity to consume an entire piece of biological evidence when necessary for testing. That's a different document. So yes, there's DNA evidence in this case as well. So how can you really argue DNA evidence as far as it being a different shooter besides? We already know there's one round that went with one bullet, right, was fired, one shot. One bullet hit his neck, lodged in his neck. That's going to be traced back to obviously this weapon that is now in the possession of Tyler, gifted by his grandfather. So now you only know there is in fact only one shooter. We already know that. and this one rifle, and that rifle is going to be, that's that cartridge is that spent one was coming back to him as well with his DNA. So everything is just too much. This is like open and shut. So why is Candace doing this? Do you say it's because this is her new meal ticket? Her whole thing about Bridget McCrone being a man is dried up because she's being sued. So now her new grift and her new scam, and I hate to say scam for lack of a better word, is to say that we're still looking for the unaliver of Charlie Kirk, and she's playing on people's feelings, hearts, because some people are thinking like that there has to be another unaliver, because I'm telling you, in my opinion, I think that some people believe that he's not a trained assassin or someone that could really carry out something like this, when he actually is capable of doing just what he did. Another thing is, I think that some people don't really like that he is from a conservative MAGA family, and that he's a white person, and that he's Utah. I think that they are hoping that it's someone foreign. Even like the governor of Utah was pretty much saying that they were hoping it wasn't one of them. And people say, oh, he meant like someone from Utah or someone. I'm like, yeah, he was hoping it was somebody international, someone like connected to Benjamin Netanyahu, or someone foreign, someone black, someone other than a white Mormon MAGA family person. That's what he was hoping for. Okay. And so that's why people believe that they don't want to believe that is this person. They want to believe it's someone else, if people are just being honest. Okay. And since she knows that people don't want to believe that, Tyler Robertson is a suspect, she's feeding off of it. And that's what conspiracy people do.
Does that make sense? How could you make an arrest if you didn't have a confession? You would have to have evidence, and the evidence can't be trust my dad, bro. You can't.
The evidence is not trust my dad, bro. I think that Candace also plays on people ignorance or lack of research. The evidence is not trust my dad, bro. No, it's called DNA. So in all other cases, DNA is acceptable evidence. But in this case, we're going to ignore DNA evidence. Yeah. Is the evidence, as Candace says, trust my dad, bro, or text confessions, verbal confessions, DNA evidence? DNA consistent with Robinson was found on the trigger. And then we have his text messages with his roommate where he said he's worried about the prints because he realized he didn't wear any gloves, because you can't wear gloves going up on the rooftop. That's suspicious. So obviously he goes up there and he doesn't have any gloves. He's worried about his prints. He tells his roommate that. And he has the right to be worried, because now it says, what does it say right here? The rifle, ammunition rounds, and towel were sent for forensic processing. DNA consistent with Robertson was found on the trigger, other parts of the rifle, the fired cartridge, casing, and 3 unfired cartridges in the towel. So the one that was fired, and hit Charlie Kirk, DNA from him was found on it. Okay. Hold on. So you see how Candace minimizes the actual evidence to, it's just, oh, trust my dad that I'm the killer. No, we're going to go by your confessions, verbal and written. And we're also going to go by DNA and surveillance. And even Candace posted some sort of Dairy Queen photo of you authored the allegedly that's you authored the incident nearby. People are posting their rain camera footage of you nearby. So with that being said, all evidence points towards Tyler Robertson, and even his own parents recognize their own son, their 22-year-old son, in the surveillance, the grandpa's rifle. There's just a million evidence linking to Tyler Robertson. That's why I'm like, why are people going on and on about this open and shut case? Oh, I know, because it's a conspiracy. And who is the person leading this conspiracy? The same person that says Bridget Macron, the first lady of France, what she says is a lady man. That piece when she stands up. The same lady that's trying to say that Jean-Michel, the brother, is committing identity theft because he stole his sister's identity and now is living as Bridget Macron, his youngest sister. Oh my gosh. It's like Candace is smart, but she does these conspiracy things to play with people, and it's weird. And I also think it's wrong. It's wrong. Because if you actually look at the full Macron like case, it's crazy. And I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm missing something to why a lot of people believe that whole narrative. It does not make any sense. And even then, like, the brother and sister are at the same event. They both have been parties in the same cases as like separate plaintiffs in a case lawsuit. It's just mind-boggling. But with that, that's how a lot of this conspiracy stuff works.
Bring in a random person. I say, oh, look, Skylar just committed this crime, and Skylar says, no, I didn't, and he doesn't confess. The police can't just make an arrest. You can just arrest Skylar. Nothing is making sense at all. It has not made sense from the very beginning.
Yes, it has made sense. What's not making sense is your narrative. You get on here and say there's no confession when there are confessions. You get on here and you say that there is no evidence when there is DNA evidence. So you're pretty much just making up a lie, and that's not actually, you're making up lies.
Beginning, okay? And that's because the feds are involved. And I believe the feds know exactly what happened. In fact, I don't think it's a stretch of imagination when we examine history to assume that they maybe even had some foreknowledge. Not everybody, obviously, because some people are trying to get the information out and are trying to figure out what happened. But we know that there are people that are a part of that apparatus who are terrible human beings, who we do not want ruling over us, and yet they do. So I'm just curious how exactly they believe they are going to convict Tyler Robertson on this.
They're going to convict him through evidence. Yeah. And she's like, oh, the bullet was too fragmented to match Tyler's rifle, huh? No one said that. Like, she's literally just pulling stuff out of her ass, out of thin air. They said the engraved rounds were in his possession. At the scene, there was DNA on the cartridges, DNA on the gun. And don't forget, he actually admitted in those text messages that he engraved the fucking bullets. Like, he actually even knew what was on the freaking bullets. Like, he said, oh, they're gonna find those memes on the, engravements. He knew. Okay, so the engravements, DNA, the weapon, everything, all of that is his statement. He knows too much for someone that doesn't have anything to do with this. He also confessed. She says there's no evidence when there's too much evidence. I've seen cold cases. There are cold cases where there's hardly any evidence. So I know a case with no evidence. Okay, there are plenty, and there are a lot of times called cold cases for a reason. The evidence is not really there or to be had. In this case, with evidence on everything, even the towel and the trigger and the surveillance and the evidence is plenty. Okay, so her whole angle is to make everything seem suspicious or not present or invisible or not there. Her whole thing is a lie about the actual evidence that people have. It's not about, oh, hey, trust my dad that I'm the unaliver. No, that's not the whole case. He actually said, I can't go to jail. He was thinking about unaliving himself. So even saying like I can't go to jail and things like that, and I'll turn myself in willingly, those are all confessions. And he even like apologizes to his roommate guy. I'm sorry. He talks about how he changed outfits. He's telling his roommate to delete the exchange of the messages, telling his roommate not to talk to police. And he was hoping that he was even thinking, I think he even said something about he was hoping to keep things a secret. Let me check the document. I think there's something about a secret. Oh, right here. Let's go right here. He says, Robertson says, after reading the note, the roommate responded, "What? You're joking, right?" And Robertson says, I am still okay, my love, but I am stuck in Orem for a little while longer. So right here, he's actually giving a location. So when they actually map out and track him, they're going to have this actual location that he's stuck in Orem. And it says for a little while longer yet. Should not be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. And then he's actually admitting that that's his rifle. And then he says, to be honest, I have hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. So he's admitting that he has to go grab his rifle. And then he was going to try to keep this a secret until the old age. And then right here, the roommate says, you were not the one who did it, right? And Robertson says, I am. I'm sorry. And then, the roommate says, I thought they caught the person. And then Robinson says, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quite almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. And then roommate says, why? And then Robinson says, why did I do it? And roommate says, yeah. And then Robinson says, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Want to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I have not seen anything about them finding it. So right here, he was saying that as of that moment, he had not seen or heard anything about the cops finding his rifle. And so why was Tyler Robinson talking about this rifle and the unaliving of Charlie Kirk and him actually confessing to everything? And he was talking about the rifle and where it was, and what type of weapon it was before they actually, said anything about finding it. You see what I'm saying? So with that, people are going to say, how in the world was he texting his roommate about this rifle before it was announced or shown, the gun or rifle and stuff was shown? And the roommate says, how long have you been planning this? Robinson says, a bit over a week, I believe. So right here is showing premeditated murder because he's saying that he has already been planning this. It's not like, it's premeditated. And then it says, I can get close to it, but there's a SWAT car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it. Robinson says, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I don't know if it had a serial number, so I'm not going to read that. I read that already. But there is confessions all through these text messages. All the police have to do, of course, is just, through their forensic process, just get these messages. And even, subpoena these records, so there is a confession. Now, can he still say not guilty? Yes. But of course, through the whole process, all this evidence will be used against him in a court of law, and it's going to nail him. So his best bet is to hope for some sort of plea deal because there's overwhelming evidence at this point. But do I think that he's going to plead guilty? No, I don't. Okay. Yeah, that's expected. But has he already confessed? Yes, he has.
But it's probably the Discord messages. I forgot, silly me. The Discord, I forgot he was so explicit. How could we forget? Oh, Lance, wherefore art thou, Lance? Deny thy father and...
So there she goes about Discord messages. And don't forget that they're not really talking about relying on just like no Discord messages. They're also talking about text messages. Okay? Hold on. Right here it says withheld testimony, information, document, or an item to wit, directed his roommate to delete incriminating text messages. Told his lover roommate to delete incriminating text messages and not to talk to police. On September 10th, 2025, the roommate received a text message from Robertson which said, "Drop what you are doing, look under the keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it. Police found a photograph of this note." The following text exchange then took place. So she's talking about just Discord, and she's leaving out the fact that there's text exchange. Now, there's also some mention of Discord. It says investigators identify an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed the roommate who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact number Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. So I believe that there are Discord messages and also text messages, the way they have this described. Either way it goes, it doesn't really matter whether it's Discord messages, text messages. All of these are going to be messages linked to Tyler Robinson and his roommate. It still doesn't change anything. It's kind of like technicality. Oh, Discord text messages, Discord text messages. Messages are freaking messages. All of it can be used as evidence in the court of law. And don't forget his surveillance, the DNA on the rifle, the engraved bullets with his text, the rifle where he said it was going to be. He confessed to his family, his roommate, and verbally and written confessions. And also to that retired sheriff. He had wrote a note, and he wanted the roommate to destroy evidence and things like that, which is going to be, so things like that. So there's a lot of evidence linking this whole situation to Tyler Robinson. And I can't wait till there's egg on Candace's face when this whole investigation unfolds and all the evidence is presented at trial. Okay, hold on.
Thy name, and without wilt not lance the bullet. Me, my handprints, it was me. It was me, my love. I did everything. I carved it. Do you remember, my love, when I was carving the bullets? Yes. Exactly this time is when I did it, and these are the reasons, my MAGA daddy, my love, thou wilt not, my love. Cool story. Very cool story, feds. Kind of feeling like Tyler's gonna get off, because because they've got really nothing but prints. And from my sources, it's not the only set of prints that are on that gun.
Oh my gosh, here she goes. Oh, they only got prints. So Tyler's gonna get off. Why would you say they only got prints? So you're actually admitting right here that his prints are on there. So why would his prints be on there if he's not the shooter? And that's not his gun. Yeah, so she does not make any sense. Oh, they only got prints. They shouldn't even have prints. If he's not guilty and there's another shooter, they shouldn't even have prints. Oh, he has nothing to do with this, but they have his prints. She doesn't even make any sense, right? And that's not the only thing they have. So she's like minimizing the evidence that they have. Oh, but you left out the DNA on the rifle and the trigger and the rifle parts. The spent, it's at the spent one that he fired off and the unspent cartridges. You forgot about the DNA on the freaking towel. The handwritten note. They said, oh, a picture of it, but it still shows that there's handwriting experts as well. The surveillance timeline of him, only him right there, in that surveillance footage. They're going to have him tracked from going to that campus and leaving that campus. He's going to be fully tracked down because cameras are everywhere. He admitted to his father, to the roommate, to the sheriff person that came in, the retired sheriff person that helped, turned himself in, the mother. He admitted to the disposing of this clothing, and they might even retrieve those clothing. He also has told his family about a possible motive. And even before Charlie Kirk came to Utah, he was already hinting at a certain motive, that he was full of hate. And she's like, oh, his prints only. But why? Your question should be, why would, let's say they only had his prints, why would his prints be on the weapon tied to or linked to the unaliving of Charlie Kirk? It's not making any sense. So yeah, Candace really doesn't make any sense in her arguments, and it's all over the place. And I believe that it's just for, she said even about the Macrons, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? It's all about entertainment and just to get clicks and views and money. And at the very end, she's not going to really have any real answers or really any proof. Tyler Robinson is going to be found guilty. And then Candace will be on to her next grip and her next conspiracy. So what is going to be the next conspiracy theory for Candace? Because once this dries up, she has to move on to the next topic, just like she did with the Macrons, okay?
And in fact, the only thing that I have heard that made sense, which did not come from our government, did not come from the feds, did not come from the Utah government, but rather from the people that are on the ground who believe that actually Tyler was just told to walk and drop off his gun at a neighboring house. That for some reason just feels like that might be honest, and that was how he participated in this event. But we'll see, because I'm not going.
So he participated only because he was told to drop off by who? Candace just making up stuff as she goes, and it doesn't make any sense. But I think she realized that she's trying to explain why his prints were on the gun. So he's just a random lanky 22-year-old that they randomly just wanted to be the person that, to use him in this whole unaliving Charlie Kirk. So she has to try to find a way to put his prints on the gun, because it doesn't make any sense to say that he's not the shooter, but his prints were on the gun. So we got to try to have some explanation to put his prints on the gun. But the problem is that can solve, try to make up something as far as his prints. But what about all the other evidence? What about all the other evidence? So was he also told to go on the rooftop? Was he told to also go on the campus and to the rooftop and do, the actual unaliving and jump from the roof? They're going to show all his movements from that Utah Valley University, going up to the rooftop and how he left the rooftop. They're going to show that.
to let this go. So we'll see if the feds tell us to just dismiss it, as they always do. You know, rather relatedly, something that I wanted to tell you yesterday, we had showed you a clip of Charlie discussing our friendship and how he was feeling morally blackmailed over it. And in that same clip, he mentions a very fond memory that I have, that he was there when I met my husband, and he says, it's a really fun story. And it is a fun story. It's actually a totally fun, crazy story of how I met my husband. Because I had something that came over me, and that's the only way I can describe it. And I get all of the conspiracies online when people were like, there's no way her and her husband got engaged after 18 days. That's exactly how it happened. Okay. I didn't know him. I never even saw his face 18 days prior. And I'm with Charlie, we're hitting the ground running. And I'm just like, I feel compelled that we must go to the UK. It was, when I say, the most overpowering thing ever. I was like, Charlie, we got to go to the UK. We got to go to the UK. We should go to the UK. We should go to London. And he's like, man, why? Why do you want to go to London? I'm like, I don't know. I just feel like we're supposed to be there. I feel like we've got to be there for an event. And I did something that I had never done. I took Charlie Kirk's credit card, and I was like, I'm going to find flights and just book it. And then you just figure out, maybe it means we're supposed to start, Turning Point UK. If there's energy there, that was a part of his vision. He wanted Turning Point to be global, and he had people that were interested in the UK. And so I'm showing you this very old text message chain from that time between me and Charlie, where I never looked at flights, but I booked these flights. And I was like, look, the flights are dirt cheap. Remember NYC to London, $450 in coach, or $1,200 in first class. And he's like, wow, let's book it. All right. We booked the flights. And then suddenly I realized the reason that I had this overwhelming feeling to be there was because I was supposed to be my husband.
So shout out to Poetic Expression. Thank you so much for sending a gift. I appreciate it. I don't know why I don't get those alerts, so I appreciate it. And shout out to you, Poetic. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button.
And the only thing I can say is that it was an intuition. We describe it that it had to have been God. We had just had no other reason to be there. And then Charlie set up a speaking event with some people that had been interested, and sure enough, we were there to help Turning Point UK get set up. Anyways, this overwhelming feeling, I had never experienced something like that since, until about a week before, or actually 10 days before Charlie got assassinated. And so I'm going to explain that to you, because you guys who watch this podcast might have realized something that we took.
Here's my thing. I'm sorry. I don't believe that, this might offend some people, but I believe that Candace Owens, I really don't think that she really cares about anyone but herself and money. Herself and money. I really don't think she really cares about Charlie Kirk that she makes on. This is just the opportunity to make money off of her, proximity to Charlie Kirk. And then she spends a lot of time calling out other people like Trump or others, saying that they are not showing as much concern, for Charlie Kirk, because I guess she wants everyone else to drift off of the situation or try to profit off of his death in the way that she is. I don't know, but everyone has their own opinion, but that's what I believe, that this is just another way to have content. She made her first video like showing a bunch of old pictures and videos of her and Charlie Kirk, and that took off and it got millions of views. And I think that was like a moment. She was like, aha, this is my new topic. Like, forget the Macrons, because that's becoming problematic anyway. Forget the Macrons. Let me move on to my new topic, which is Charlie Kirk.
The show off air randomly for the first couple of days in September. So I will describe to you exactly what happened. There at first was a elementary school shooting that happened at a Catholic school, and I was just concerned in a way that I had never felt so impacted. And I was going, something isn't right. Something is just not right. And I felt that there was some sort of an infiltration that was happening at schools. And the best way that I can describe it in a sentence is that I sensed that the danger wasn't stopping there, and that more was coming, and that I needed to take a look at just the process of hiring people at the school that my children were going to attend. And I did just a cursory online search, and some messages I found, which were not written by a teacher at the school, but someone who was adjacent to some teachers at the school, gave me pause for concern. In fact, explicitly what it was a Polish underground symbol, like a Polish communist underground symbol that nobody would have recognized outside of people who know what it meant. And I just sort of went, okay, that's weird. I kept looking online, and strangely, I'm not kidding, and I'm going to show you these messages, I came across what looked to me like a bunch of people talking about bees. You're going, okay, like literally bees. In a way that's the only way I can describe it to you is like they were speaking about bees, but they weren't speaking about bees. It was very coded.
Okay, I'm going to skip over this part. Hold on.
And I'm going, am I going to school? I think it's a communist underground, and I don't know why, but it has something to do with bees. Totally sensible thing to say. This whole matrix, gotta send your kids to school so we can what? The beehive state. And to be clear, it's not because they make honey. It's not because there is no way this person was not on the federal radar. Now, usually we go, was he on the left? And that feeling still did not dissipate, okay? I understood the imminent doom that I felt that was almost crippling was clearly related to that event, but I just know that all of these random lone shooter narratives that are being intentionally, what we're being told that they're just lone shooters and then we don't really know anything else. I just feel it spiritually that these people are being programmed, and perhaps that is the reason why more often than not, they are being protected by our government. In other words, it is positively foolish for us to believe that the government just cannot tell us anything about these assassins. They wipe everything and they tell us nothing. Why would they do that? Yeah, and that guy, they're always working alone. There's no online history that we can reflect on. What are you talking about? Which brings me to Thomas Matthew Crooks, because that's exactly what we were told or not told when on July 13th, 2024, a 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks climbs onto a roof and tries to assassinate President Donald Trump. Gratefully, Donald Trump did not die. Story that we should get familiar with. He was at both on the left and on the right. He actually trades out with an AR. Well, to each his own. I mean, that's unbelievably violent. Again, another comment where he was commenting on a YouTube video, tried to assassinate him. Molotov, make a Molotov shots. They want us to believe that this just happened by accident, even though for years he was documenting, lying to the public about everything, except this time it's regarding Charlie Kirk, which means this time it's not going to fly. It is giving me the same ick that I had when I was looking through the period and learning the reality of what happened throughout the 1960s when MK Ultra, when that program was running. And I have no reason to believe that that program was ever discontinued. And I believe, which means this time it's not going to fly. Lying to the public about everything, except this time it's regarding Charlie Kirk, which means this time it's not going to fly because I'm not going to allow it to. We'll take a pause here and we're going to get to something that Megyn Kelly shared on her show about a hex that was put on.
Here's the thing. I'm going to end this video and I'll come back to this another time. And about the Donald Trump incident. So here's the thing. Candace does not actually really want to go over in detail all the evidence that the police have presented. And if she actually goes by the evidence and tries to debunk everything the police put out, that would be better for her. As of now, it's not really working. We have the whole thing where the Dodge Challenger is going to arrive at this UVU campus, and they have the timing of that situation. And then they have where he's walking with this stiff right leg, shortly before noon. They have where he's climbing to the rooftop, where he's running across the rooftop, and where he's fleeing at the exact second of the shot. And it's going to be the same person. We have these, the rifle was found exactly where he said he put it. He knew about the rifle and wrapped in a towel before the police even gave all those precise details. He even knew it was his grandfather's rifle that was going to be found. The public only knew that was a rifle, that no one knew whose rifle it belonged to until later. He knew details only the suspect would know. His DNA is on the weapon, all over the weapon, not just the trigger, the other parts of the rifle, all over it, and on the spent and unspent, and casings. And then also there's admissions verbally and written through text messages, possibly Discord, with the father, mother, roommate, and also that retired sheriff. And there's different times he has confessed, and he also turned himself in willingly and was dropped off to the police. And he also told his roommate / lover that he was going to turn himself in willingly. Everything coincides and aligns with this whole process. And his own mother and father recognize him in surveillance footage, and that's their son. They know their son. The shoes that he was wearing that day, he actually has other pictures with those same shoes. They're actually going to be able to take those shoes from when he jumps from the rooftop. They're going to be able to, all of this stuff is going to be traced back to Tyler. Okay. It's just overwhelming evidence. He even knew, like, it was left in the bush and certain things, details, like I said, that he also admits that he changed outfits and that he left these outfits or different at different spots that he disposed of this evidence. He also tried to pretty much tamper. Wouldn't you consider Lance, his roommate lover, a witness now, because he had, confessed to him? He tried to tamper with a witness by telling him to delete that exchange and that message and things like that, and to not talk to the police, right? And he admitted that he was a shooter. He wanted to unalive himself, like murder, suicide, to unalive himself after, murder, because he didn't want to turn himself in. So he thought about unaliving, and that's not unusual. Murder suicide happens more frequently than you thought or think. Some people do it because they don't want to go to jail, and face the consequences of their actions. Others do it because, to be honest, they probably wanted to take themselves out and they didn't want to go alone, so they took out someone else or other people, and then they unalived themselves right after murder suicide. Other reasons for murder suicide, I don't know all the reasons, but those are some reasons. Not wanting to take accountability to escape punishment. Another is because they already thought about unaliving themselves and then took out other people. And then some people, they realize what they've done, and they feel like their life is over, might as well take themselves out too. But so he actually considered murder suicide, but they convinced him not to unalive himself and just turn himself in. And he was saying that he could not go to jail and things like that. And he also admitted to his roommate that he possibly left prints because he realized that he was not wearing gloves. And who would know that? Only the suspect would know whether they were wearing gloves or not. The fact that he was worried about prints, he realized that their gun was used without gloves. Only the suspect would know that. I wouldn't know whether it was gloves or not gloves unless I was a suspect, right? And then also it's premeditated because he had left a note under the keyboard for his roommate. So it was premeditated. It wasn't something that spurred a moment. He premeditated. He put the note. He got his backpack with the change of clothes, the rifle. It was all planned out. He knew that Charlie Kirk was coming to the campus. It's premeditated. So Candace is saying no evidence, but as I just showed you, there is a bunch of evidence. And she's banking on and counting on the fact that a lot of people don't trust the government. A lot of people don't trust police and officials. So she's saying, oh, they're not sharing this with us. They're not sharing that. But if you worked on any cases or requested any information from the police, they're always going to say, we're not releasing any information at this time. This is an open investigation. This is an open investigation. Open investigation. During an open investigation, you should not expect any information or any more information. The initial information was to try to get the public assistance or help in apprehending the suspect. Right now, this is an open investigation. You cannot expect that. And again, I showed y'all that document, the publicity document, that some witnesses have been gagged. They cannot speak or do interviews. So people are publishing, oh, this Lance person isn't speaking. He disappeared. He ran away. He's a top key witness. He cannot get on here going and doing a bunch of interviews. He cannot. He's gagged. If anyone is gagged, it's going to be Lance. So the whole narrative, oh, he went silent. He's not speaking. He's not doing interviews. Oh, he's a witness. So he should not be doing that. Okay, so make sure you're keeping up. Now, the latest document, or, people are asking for clarification on who's gagged and who isn't gagged, okay? But what I will expect or suspect is that if anyone is gagged, it's going to be Lance, okay? And, hold on. So let's get into a little bit of a different video where she's talking about Trump.
Charlie Kirk, which is important for us to discuss for a variety of reasons. First, I'm going to throw it to some sponsors. Riverbend Ranch, I absolutely love them. Everyone has wanted to do something to try and heal and remember Charlie Kirk. Well, my friends at Riverbend Ranch put together the following tribute to honor him. Take a listen.
We pay tribute to Charlie Kirk, and we celebrate the tremendous good he did in his life. Charlie courageously advocated for the sacred principles of freedom, constructive discourse, truth, family values, and common sense. He taught with humor and wisdom, and backed up his beliefs with data and facts. He set a powerful example of reaching out and talking to those who disagreed with him. We mourn his passing, but what he taught us continues to resonate with even more power.
A message from all of us at Riverbend Ranch.
Says that I met the owner of Riverbend Ranch before he was making steaks, actually, with Charlie. And so another Charlie memory there for you. And now things years later, and I'm reading ads for them on the show. Great people. Also want to remind you guys about the Wellness Company, because it is flu season, which means it's also flu shot season. Immediately with twc.health/Candace. Government should not be getting involved when it comes to speech. That's insane. We cannot cheer that on. Take a listen to his monologue.
I want to thank the people who don't support my show and what I believe, but support my right to share those beliefs anyway. People I never would have imagined. Like Ben Shapiro, Clay Travis, Candace Owens, Mitch McConnell, Rand Paul, even my old pal Ted Cruz.
But yeah, so that whole thing about the police not sharing anything, that falls apart when it's police protocol and everyone knows it, that they cannot share certain details or information in an open investigation. And if you watch my video from yesterday, Candace has this belief that she's some sort of authority figure to where she can demand people give her evidence. Like, let me call the FBI, give me, so I need all the surveillance footage you have of Tyler Robertson on UBU campus, surrounding areas, any witnesses that have him on Ring cameras, I need that as well. And give me any fingerprints you have of him touching any doorknobs or any handles or any railings. I also need to see if you have evidence of any, his footprints and, the Converse shoes. What all confessions you have, or any sort of all your statements from the family or friends or anyone. I need all of those statements, and I need those by Friday. Oh, you're not going to give me what I'm asking from you? Cash Patel, FBI, give it to me by Friday. I want it on my desk by Friday morning. Oh, you're not going to give it to me. Okay, now that's suspicious. Why not give it over? Why not hand me this evidence? This is an open investigation, Candace. But in her mind, just like she did with the Macron, she sent Bridget Macron a list of questions and said, answer this, answer this, answer this. And because Bridget Macron said, I don't have to answer your questions like that. And now she's, bullying her pretty much, like, oh, well, why can't you answer these simple questions? But yeah, she believes that she has a lot of power over people, to where everyone should hand her over everything. And she's also mad because Bridget Macron refused to do an interview with her. I don't care how simple a question is. You can even ask me like what my favorite color is. If you're my enemy and you write me a bunch of questions in my inbox, like, Dani, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite food? What's your this? And if you're my enemy and I feel like you're a conspiracy theorist and you don't have my best interest in mind, I'm not doing an interview with you so you can chop and screw anything. I don't owe you that. And I'm not going to answer any of your questions. I'm going to say fuck off. So with that being said, what did she expect from Bridget Macron to just agree to an interview? Because what? Because Candace wants one. So she has this mindset that everyone should comply with her and bend to her will and do what she says when she says it. And if you don't, you're suspicious. Yeah, you're not law enforcement, so law enforcement is not going to give you any information. That's not suspicious. It's part of, that's what they do. That's their procedure. Open investigation. You're not law enforcement. They don't have to share it with you. The discovery has to be shared with the defense, and the prosecution have to share information. You're not on the prosecutors. You're not the defense. So nothing has to be shared with you at all.
Believe it or not, said something very beautiful on my behalf.
I hate what Jimmy Kimmel said. I am thrilled that he was fired.
Oh, wait, no, not that. The other part.
But let me tell you, if the government gets in the business of saying,
what you
we
can
don't
and can't
like
say
what you, the media, have said, we're going to ban you from the airwaves if you don't say what we like. That will end up bad for conservatives.
I don't think I've ever said this before, but Ted Cruz is right. He's absolutely right. This affects all of us, including him. I mean, think about it. If Ted Cruz can't speak freely, then he can't cast spells on the Smurfs. Even though I don't agree with many of those people on most subjects, some of the things they say even make me want to throw up. It takes courage for them to speak out against this administration, and they did, and they deserve credit for it. And thanks.
She loves the attention she gets from all of this, and she loves how she can pretty much weaponize a conspiracy against anyone. Anyone that she hates or dislikes, you will be a part of the conspiracy, and she will add you to it and pretty much attack you and smear you and insinuate or imply you have something to do with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. But yeah, so that whole that Tyler Robertson is an errand boy version of events does not align with the actual evidence. And in one case, she says, oh, well, they only have his prints, but she doesn't go into detail like, why would they have his prints? But, because he's an errand boy running an errand for people. Yeah, that's not what he confessed to being. The documents and the evidence describe him as a single shooter that he accessed his rooftop, self-confessed. I mean, that he got on that rooftop. He was lying down in a prone position near the edge. And then once that shot fired, he was seen running off and jumping from that rooftop. And from there, people are going to show their, community surveillance, and also there's going to be road surveillance and other surveillance. You're all going to be all shocked, by the way, by the time they gather up all these surveillance footage of him tracking his movements from here to there. It's going to be well laid out, more than you would think. And it documents how this bullet, the spent and unspent casings have his DNA evidence on it, right? And how he knew about the rifle, where it was put, and how it was wrapped in a towel, and who the rifle actually belonged to. And he actually admitted that that rifle belonged to his grandfather before they even mentioned anything about who the rifle belonged to. The police didn't know who the rifle belonged to, but he knew. He was actually texting and communicating with his roommate about it being his grandfather's before he was even, turning himself in. He also knew about the actual engravings, and how those engravings were going to have memes on it. Who would know that besides the actual suspect? And then also how he changed outfits and things like that. So nothing really backs up her version of the story about him being some sort of delivery or errand person, delivering a gun to some mystery person at a neighbor's house and had no idea what would happen next, etc. This is someone that said that he knew Charlie Kirk was coming to that university a week, at least a week before. This is premeditated. So he's not an errand. He's actually the hitman. Well, the lone shooter, should I say? And he's actually telling his parents that he's a shooter. Talking about taking his life, and worrying about his prints being found on the rifle. How would he know if prints are going to be on the rifle or not? If he's the suspect, he would know that he didn't wear gloves. Anyone else wouldn't know, right? So all of that signifies, well, it's a signal that it signals to us that he's a lone shooter, that he planned everything, was premeditated. He took his backpack with a change of clothes. He possibly had this rifle concealed in his right leg area. Okay. This is someone that was gifted this rifle. This was his rifle. Yes, it belonged to his grandfather at one point, but at this point of this shooting, that was his rifle, a gift. So that's something that he had, toyed with, played with, that he knew the ins and outs of that rifle. He knew how to tote it, carry it, take it apart. That was his rifle now.
Feeling is mutual. There are some things you say that make me want to throw up as well. But it is important that we realize government overreach is government overreach. Doesn't matter who it's happening under, whether it's Biden or whether it's Trump, it's wrong, okay? And by the way, both sides have been guilty of government overreach. So less of us taking the bait on that. I also want to say, I wanted to show you guys this clip of Megyn Kelly. It's gone pretty viral. It's everywhere, speaking about something that I did not know about, which is pertaining to a curse on Charlie. We're probably just like, LOL, it's like Vice. It's like, Vice as reality. Like, we are now in this culture of what C.S. Lewis refers to as scientism, as long as they stealing your stuff, but rather are seeing options in the low fives. This stuff, we are fighting people that are evil, and their plans are this lone shooter as it pertains to Charlie Kirk, because it's not a lone shooter, it's a hive. I feel it spiritually. And they said, look, actually, I had been able to scrape everything about Thomas Crooks before the feds got rid of everything. And it's shocking what you look. There is no way this person was not on the federal radar. Now, usually we go, was he on the left? Was he on the right? Because that's the bait. The bait is to make me, as a conservative, hate you if you were on the left. And if you were on the left, the goal is to make you hate Candace, because it allows them to operate in broad daylight. The reality of Thomas Crooks is going to be a story that we should get familiar with. He was at both on the left and on the right. He actually traded sides. He started actually as a Trump supporter. I'm going to show you.
Now, I want to say something on that. Is that I do believe that there is unnecessary beef a lot of times, like right versus left, when there are some people that are, not on either side, or, and that's actually how Tyler Robertson, he's I think it was like non-party. I have to go dig it up again, but he didn't register to vote as a Democrat or a Republican. He was like a non-party. So he doesn't have any affiliation to either side. So there was no need to even fight over that. But I feel like if the right can blame the left, then they can say, oh, this is all because of the left. And then the left can blame the right. And then there's a unnecessary fight. And I believe that when it comes to Charlie Kirk and even others that are unalived, we have to actually listen sometimes to the actual suspect. People out here can just make up their own narratives and their twists and spins, but if you listen to the actual suspect and what we call their motive or why they did it, because I don't want to know what you think. Like, your guess as to why he unalived Charlie Kirk. That's your guess and that's your opinion. You know, if I talk to Tyler Robinson, or you know, he gave these confessions and all these messages, he keeps saying that Charlie Kirk is full of hate, full of hate, full of hate. That's the motive. So it's not about Republican or Democrat or left versus right or radical this or radical that. It's all about that his motive was that Charlie Kirk was full of hate. And a lot of times he was someone saying things that was hateful towards people in the gay community, and also in transgender people, and also Black people, and you know, minorities. He did say hateful things. He was divisive. And I believe he said those things to also be controversial, because controversy sells. And that's why even Candace said and does certain things herself. So the motive is not because of Republican, Democrat, any of that. It's because he feels like Charlie Kirk was full of hate. That's based on the actual suspect's motivation and statement. So if I want to know why, let's say, a serial killer unalived a bunch of people, am I going to listen to some lay person or some regular person that's not the serial killer as to why he did it? Or do I want to actually listen to the actual serial killer and let me, you know, he can tell me why he did it. So I would rather speak to the actual shooters in these cases and they give their motivation, because whether it's stupid or not, it's still their motivation. Someone could be shooting someone just for the fact that that person owes them $20. Yes, it could be stupid to most of us, but if we know, at least we can know that person's motivation. We're not going to get anywhere in research if we're always just guessing or assuming why someone unalived someone. We will only get somewhere if we actually speak to the actual suspects. Now, there are sometimes people can give justifications or excuses, but if you get to the meat and potatoes and the bones of the situation, a lot of times you would get something like, okay, I unalived Charlie Kirk because I felt like he was full of hate and this is my opportunity to take him out, point blank, period. And then from there, you can say, well, what did you find hateful about him? Or what did he say that was hateful that you felt were hateful? Like some of you say, oh, he's not full of hate, he's not full of hate. That's your opinion. Again, we have to ask the suspect why he killed him, why he unalived him, his thoughts, his motivations, his justifications, his excuses, so we could have a better understanding. So he said he was full of hate, and you can say, why would he say that, and what would make him think that? And then you can say, well, do I know 100%? No, but what I do know is that the mother said that he is a gay male and he's in a relationship with a transgender, a man that's biologically a male that's transitioning to a woman, so I guess trans woman, transgender. So now they have family discussions about this whole situation, right? And the father, I guess, had different political beliefs as well, whatever it is. So when you go online, you also can see, not all, and by the way, I'm not saying all, there are gay Republicans, gay Democrats, trans Democrats, trans Republicans on either side. However, not one person can speak for everyone. So one person in a community of people cannot speak for everyone. There are some transgender people and some gay people that do find Charlie Kirk to be hateful towards gay people and transgender people. And in this case, he might have felt that he is spreading hate against gay people like himself, such as Tyler Robertson, and also transgender people as the love of his life. Well, I would say love of his life, but he kept on saying like a lot of lovey-dovey stuff to his roommate Lance. That's a transgender. So he might have felt that Charlie Kirk was hateful towards gay people and transgender people, and he's full of hate. And that was his opportunity to take him out. Now, I'm not justifying or making excuses. I'm speaking as to the actual motive of the actual suspect, which is what really matters. And so if you start seeing a bunch of shootings as to people saying that they're trying to unalive someone because of their statements, is that right? Because people should have the freedom of speech? No. But if we want to get to the bottom of it and stop these types of shootings, we do have to research the people's actual motives or statements as to why they are committing these types of crimes. Okay. And so now we get into, that's why he was unalived, because Tyler Robertson, the suspect, said that he thought that Charlie Kirk was full of hate. And let's see, shout out to you, to me, good morning. Lewis says, seems he'd have a lot of inner conflict, and yeah, he's providing his motive. Yeah, that's his motive. But people want to argue all day and night about why he did this and why he did that, when he pretty much said his actual motive. He gave a motive already. Now, some people are not willing to accept that motive, but he gave it. Okay. And if you are someone that's hated because of your identity, whether it's your racial identity or sexual identity or any sort of thing that's a part of your identity, you understand how it feels to be hated and targeted and disliked just because of your identity, such as your race or even sexuality, or if you are both, black and gay or black and trans. It can be intersectional, where you're hated for different parts of your identity all at once. So that can lead to someone having a different viewpoint of different people as well. People think it's all about, going off to college, being radicalized, when it's actually just growing up being hated that can lead to you changing your viewpoints. So him growing up in a Mormon family, as a gay male in a Mormon family, and mostly conservative family, he might have been surrounded by people that, were hateful towards people that were gay, and that could have made him feel a certain type of way to change his certain stance or viewpoints on certain topics. So a lot of times, a lot of this so-called radicalization doesn't really happen at college. It happens at home. It happens at home when people are just growing up in a world that hates them. That's when their views and mindsets can change about the world. Okay. So people are always blaming college, when a lot of this stuff actually, these different changes and viewpoints change when people realize that they are hated by the world for their identity growing up before even going to college. Okay. And so let's get back to this, and then we're going to get to Donald Trump.
And again, to really impress upon you how much this person had to be on the federal radar, I have an 80-page document, which I'm thinking I'm just going to drop on my website tomorrow after handing it over to legal, of all of the accounts that he made, all of the statements that he made. And he was at first very angry against the left. Outwardly calling for the murder of people that are on the left. And there were videos that he was posting of himself shooting with no bullets in the gun in his bedroom. I'm going to show you one of them.
So I'm going to get back to this another day, okay, on that. That's a different shooter, and I don't want people to get confused as to what shooter we're talking about, okay? But yeah, so let's go ahead and get into the next video.
All right, you guys, where to begin? Well, the Turning Point USA Wikipedia entry got a very interesting update the night after Charlie Kirk was murdered. A certain someone was mysteriously added to the entry for the first time ever, listed as a co-founder of one of the—
Y'all listen, it is so hilarious. Hilarious. Every time these conspiracy people, I will be honest, a lot of times it can be captivating or entertaining. But it's just like, I'm sick of it. It's like, it's so mysterious that this was deleted and this was added and this was hidden and this is fishy. This is suspicious. It's always some sort of like mystery. And then they make up bullshit like there's no evidence besides a print. Even a print, in and of itself, a print is significant evidence. Because listen, on a murder weapon, I don't want my fingerprint on the trigger. Okay, yeah. Number one is my gun, and number two, my print is on there. That's significant. So they minimize important evidence. They omit and leave out important evidence. They make everything seem suspicious and a mystery. Oh my gosh, the police refused to give me evidence. But why would they give you evidence in an open investigation? It's like it's like who are you fooling? Yeah, I'm gonna call tomorrow. You know what, Kash Patel, FBI Director Kash Patel, I want on my desk by tomorrow. I want all the evidence you have accumulated in the Charlie Kirk unaliving. I want it on my desk by Monday. And if you refuse to give it to me, you're covering up this whole situation. But you know what? I'm not important enough. So maybe Candace Owens is more important enough so she can tell Kash Patel, the FBI director, by Monday morning. She wants all of this evidence for the whole Charlie Kirk case on her desk by Monday morning. And Bridget McCrone, you have to let Candace interview you, or you are a man. You are a man if you refuse to interview. Because why not interview? It's not that hard to do interview. Why are you avoiding an interview? Oh, I forgot. She doesn't have the freedom to say no to you, because if she says no, then that's suspicious. Oh, she refuses to answer all my questions. That's suspicious. Why not answer it? I would answer it. Of course you would answer it, because you want the answers. I guarantee you right now, if I sent Candace Owens in her inbox right now 20 questions and I say answer these questions by Monday, she's gonna say, who the fuck are you? I'm not answering any of your questions. Pay me. She's going to be like, I'm like, who are you? And that's my question to Candace. Who are you? Are you FBI, CIA? What sort of authority do you have to demand anyone to give you anything at any time or any point? It's an entitlement, and I believe that she has advanced herself to a higher level of authority that she actually is at. Yeah.
Their divisions. That's interesting. I wonder who. Also, I was a bit taken aback. I was obviously away in Wyoming when President Trump honored Charlie Kirk with his very own holiday as a posthumous birthday present. But I was a little taken aback that people really believe that that would somehow put an end to the conspiracies. It's supposed to be over now because look, Charlie Kirk Day. Okay, we'll see about that. And sticking with the Trump family, Don Trump Jr. has come out to share his feelings regarding the FBI investigation. And man,
so Candace, why don't you just come out full throttle at Donald Trump? It's like piecemeal by piecemeal. Like she just keeps on dropping little tidbits. Like you really just want to go full throttle on Donald Trump. And I will say this, now that will get my attention. Candace Owens versus Donald Trump. And 2025, 2026, that will be, to be honest, popcorn worthy. I mean, she bragged about how Donald Trump reached out to her after talking to the, French president, Emmanuel Macron, about her and trying to get her to back down from calling Bridget Macron, his wife, a man. But by the way, the lawsuit isn't just about calling a man. There's pedophilia accusations and other accusations, all without a receipt. Oh wait, I will say this, because I don't want to conflate two topics, but I don't really 100% agree with the whole Bridget Macron and Emmanuel Macron and how they met and united, and that is fishy. But the whole part about that she's a man thing, that is just for content. And that's why Candace, in my opinion, was saying, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Okay. She has been doing that, testing the waters, as far as trying to go full throttle at not Charlie Kirk, but Donald Trump and Erica, like those two. And again, I'm going piece by piece because she has made recent videos, but I don't want to discuss the recent videos until I actually catch up. That's why I'm doing 2 videos tonight, so I can try to catch up with her most recent ones. Okay, hold on.
And oh man, you guys, I just am wondering how deep this thing really goes, because there is not a single member of the Trump family that could have upset me more with his commentary than Donald Trump Jr. Welcome back to Candace.
So the person that upset her the most is Donald Trump Jr. Okay, as far as his commentary, I guess, on Charlie Kirk. Hold on.
start with one of my own back of head conspiracies. It's kind of been a long running thought of mine actually over the years. And it relates here to something interesting that I thought of after the show yesterday that I wanted to share with you guys regarding Charlie as a child. Charlie was obviously an extremely gifted child, so much so that he was hyperactive. He was actually always hyperactive. That never went away. He couldn't sit down. He was never idle. He was always working. But he was so gifted that, of course, doctors immediately wanted to put him on ADHD medicine because, well, why is he so hyperactive? Something's wrong with him. Let's drug him. And thankfully, Charlie's parents said, absolutely not. You're not drugging our son. He is actually, in fact, gifted. And they instead opted to send him to a school for the gifted. That's my memory. Charlie told me that story multiple times. And I thought about that. This has just been in my mind lately, living in my mind, because I truly believe that he was probably assigned like life handlers from that moment on. Something probably takes place. If you go to a little X-Men school and they're seeing how smart you are, or you're a part of some program. I was in Extraordinary Learners as a kid, but I think Charlie was in like a special X-Men school. They probably are monitoring those kids. I actually believe that the reason that we have standardized tests is so that the government can track who is performing above the standard, right? Who's performing above the average slave? We better keep an eye on that one. Just my suspicion, my own personal.
But yeah, I want to actually start off by saying this as well, because I want to be upfront so no one really gets confused on my viewpoint, okay? And I am not a person that is on certain sides, okay, or pick sides. I give my opinion and I try to be as objective as possible. But, you know, with anything, most people have to acknowledge that based on their own experiences, lived experiences, identity, and other factors, that there are going to be obviously some biases. So I don't believe that anyone could be 100% unbiased considering that, right? I do think that Charlie Kirk pushed racist rhetoric, that a lot of times that his speech was divisive, okay? And a lot of that was also, to be honest, I believe intentional to be controversial and to be oppositional. Because if you are always saying things that everyone else is saying, you're going to be considered boring. If you're controversial, those topics will go viral and people will speak on it more, and you know, it's controversial. But I also want to say, with that being said, I also still don't support violence. And I think that those two things get conflated. When I don't, while I don't agree with all of his talking points and his politics, it doesn't mean that I support violence. And a lot of times I feel that people's freedom of speech is being stifled or are being stifled because people conflate that if you disagree with his talking points, that you support the violence. And obviously I don't. I am happy that they found the suspect, they apprehended the suspect, and no one should be unalive like that, or even for their talking points or their politics, okay? Just like I don't want to be unalive for my talking points, my politics, I don't think anyone else would, you know, should be able to do that as well. That's why I covered this topic as well. So I don't support violence. I'm not saying that he deserved to die or anything like that. However, I am saying that I do believe that he has racist rhetoric and divisive rhetoric towards other groups of people, including gay people and also trans people. And so when, you know, Tyler Robinson says, oh, he's full of hate and he's divisive, then, you know, that is the way he, you know, lived his life as controversial topics such as that, right? And I'm not agreeing with the violence that occurred at the same time. So two things can be true at once. You can disagree with someone's point of view and at the same time disagree with the actions that were committed against the person, okay? And with Candace, I believe that her motive is not 100% in support of, you know, just trying to really get to the bottom of who unalived Charlie Kirk, because I believe that she believes and knows based on her admitting that the prints were on the gun of Tyler Robertson. She knows it's Tyler Robertson, but she makes money off of conspiracies, and this is how she lives and survives off of this, and she's making a bunch of money off of this. And because of her proximity to Charlie Kirk, she's able to bank off of it. Kind of like, oh, that was my friend. He even text messaged me. We are close, so I might have insider information that you don't. And just because you are friends with someone, it doesn't mean that you know more than the police as to why they were unalived. Now, do I believe that she has messages that can kind of show other issues in his life? Yes, I believe that she has. I believe that maybe he did have issues with Turning Point USA, issues with Benjamin Netanyahu, issues with Ben, and issues with the different people. But just because someone has issues with a lot of different people for a lot of different reasons, it doesn't mean that in this particular incident that they had something to do with the actual unaliving of Charlie Kirk. Okay. Some people right now, if they are unalive, they might have financial issues, they might have issues with their landlord, issues with this, issues with that, but they can be unalived by a totally different matter or for a different reason. Okay. So she brings up all these issues he has with other people, and then tries to insinuate or imply that it might have something to do with this unaliving when it's a completely separate issue than what is occurring. Tyler Robinson unaliving Charlie Kirk because he's full of hate is going to be different from anybody else having any issues because of something internal with Turning Point or something with his views or his changing positions with Benjamin Netanyahu or anyone else. Okay.
Conspiracy theory. I think when my kids are old enough to do standardized tests, because even when you homeschool, you have to do standardized tests. I'm going to be like, just get like a 70%. We don't want any government tracker sent on us. Anyways, I want to jump back into the Turning Point USA story and tell you guys something that's been bothering me about Rob McCoy. Stick on him. Other than the fact that he lies and he proclaims to be a pastor, is the fact that less than 36 hours after Charlie died, less than 36 hours, exact time, at 10:34 p.m. Eastern on September 11th, the Turning Point USA Wikipedia received a rather interesting update. Pastor Rob McCoy, who had previously never been featured on their Wikipedia page, somehow got his own heading. Just amazing. Let's check out that fresh entry now. It reads, Rob McCoy and Charlie Kirk founded Turning Point USA Faith, TPUS Faith, together. Along with being a Pentecostal pastor in the Calvary Chapel Association, McCoy is the co-chairman of TPUS Faith. Aligned with the Christian right, McCoy inspired Kirk to amalgamate Christianity and social conservatism. During the COVID-19 pandemic, McCoy was known for speaking out against prohibitions on the holding of in-person church services. Now, the hardest part of being me is that I came up through Turning Point USA, so I just know these lies so quickly, okay? No, Rob McCoy was not the person who inspired Turning Point USA Faith. Actually, if anybody could be credited with that was like way back in the day at Liberty University, actually. Those pastors, those conversations, I was there for that. We should do like a faith division, whatever it is. He didn't inspire it. And what's so interesting about that entry is that when you then click it, this is how you know this is absurd. When you click the actual notations that are there, when it says he's the co-founder, what are you talking about? Since when is he the co-founder? And it also says that he was the chairman. When you click it, that article, which they pretend is a note, hit the 54, Skylar, not 55, okay? That's from November 24th, 2024. That's the justification for saying he was a founder. Nowhere in that article does it say that he's a founder or the chairman. Nowhere. They just put a fake article, a real article that never said this. And they're like, oh, now it's sourced. It's here forever because nobody ever does their homework. And we're Wikipedia. So you can't question this, obviously. And then you can...
Well, that's not true. I've even edited those articles for information or added information. And it has to be sourced through a credible or somewhat credible news article. So with that being said, anyone can just log in and edit it. It does. You don't have to. Anyone at any moment can edit the listing. And let me actually zoom in because I'm actually not seeing it anymore. What she's referring to. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, Pastor Rob McCoy found the Turning Point Faith. Liberty University did not renew Kirk's contract. And it says Kirk and Pentecostal pastor Rob McCoy founded Turning Point Faith, an organization that encouraged pastors and other church leaders to be active in local and national political issues. And then it goes into how he met Rob McCoy. He later became a Christian nationalist. In 2021, Kirk partnered with California pastor Rob McCoy to launch Turning Point USA Faith to mobilize conservative Christians to vote Republican. So at any point, if something is not properly sourced, then it's not going to be some major conspiracy. All you have to do is just log in and edit it yourself. So instead of going live about it, all you have to do is really log in, Candace, and edit it and or remove it or even argue with the person that, you know, put that submission there that it's false. That's all you really have to do. I've edited and I've argued back and forth with someone, and what I sourced and what I put actually eventually stuck. But right now I'm not saying that he has his own listing or heading. I'm saying he's mentioned, but that he doesn't have his own heading anymore. So maybe someone already saw your video and went in and edited it. But for anyone out there, if you ever see anything on Wiki, you can actually edit it yourself. But be careful, because now I will say this, there are people that monitor their actual work. So if someone else is the one that set up this whole Charlie Kirk article, they're most likely going to have their notifications on for when changes are made. So they will argue with you if you're trying to go in there and play games with it. Like right now, I can put anything I want in a Charlie. I'm not going to do it. I could type anything I want to in the Charlie Kirk wiki. Anything I want. And then someone else will have to go in and remove it and delete it. Yeah. So that for that reason, you have to, even for Wiki, you have to properly just do your own research, click on the links and the references and make sure it's actually valid, because at any moment of the day, anyone can edit any article. All they got to do is log in and register and they can edit it. Okay, I'm just being honest. So it's not, I wouldn't rely on that. And also I wouldn't even say that it's some sort of conspiracy, because anyone at any moment could have just did it as a joke or as just to be doing something. So I wouldn't say, oh, Turning Point USA is behind it or someone else behind it. You never know who actually went in and did it. Now, to be honest, if I log in to Charlie Kirk and I go back to, I probably can go back and look at the edits. To be honest, log in, look at the edits, and I can see who possibly edited it. But it would probably just give that person's username and that's it. Yeah.
See, the second citations that are used, September, the dates of them, September 10th, September 2025. So it's brand spanking new, you guys. Still has tags on it. Less than 36 hours later. Now, you might be thinking, trying to justify that, as I was. You might be rationally wondering, well, look, there was a lot of interest in Turning Point USA following this assassination. Maybe there wasn't any mention of Turning Point Faith at all. And maybe what they did was afterwards, Wikipedia editors went in there and wanted to just break apart every part and speak about Turning Point USA and dedicate more thorough research to the various projects that Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk were working on. So they included a new tab about Turning Point Faith. If you're wondering that, that's fair, but the answer to that musing is no. Actually, there already was a long-standing section on the Wikipedia website regarding Turning Point Faith on Wikipedia. In fact, that section is still available if you just scroll down. And it kind of conflicts with the new section that was added 36 hours later. It makes it clear that Charlie Kirk founded TPUSA Faith alone. Here it is in 2021. Charlie Kirk founded TPUSA Faith, an organization that says it is dedicated to recruit pastors and other church leaders to be active in local and national political issues. The organization promotes a culture war agenda and is intended to attract supporters among religious conservatives. Its activities include faith-based voter drives and educating members on TPUSA core values. Now, you can keep reading here. There's no mention of McCoy. So what this means practically is that when Charlie Kirk was alive, that is what the Wikipedia read. And then he died, and suddenly somebody in the world said, well, what about Rob McCoy? Let's add Rob McCoy, who is not known worldwide. Okay, this is even before the memorial event. So you could maybe go, oh, well, maybe once he hit the stage and said, I'm Charlie's pastor, somebody went in there and added it. I don't know, guys. My question is, who made that update? Who was rather instructed to make that?
Here we go. Who was instructed? It could have been that he could have said something or mentioned something and someone went in and added it. What does it really matter? Because as you said, anyone at any moment can edit that article. So a lot of times she makes a mountain out of a molehill. Like she talks about something that's completely irrelevant. In this case, it looks like she's trying to take a dig at McCoy, take a dig at him and add him to some sort of conspiracy. But overall, it's like irrelevant to the actual unaliving of what does that have to do with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk? Let's say that, McCoy is behind adding that piece of information, which I surely doubt. What would that have to do with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk himself?
Update, because I can tell you how it works for big companies. I was actually desperately looking for a text from Charlie because I know he told me that they, Turning Point USA's organization, had found a guy that could help clean up the Wikipedia pages, right? There are people that do this full time and they're paid by bigger organizations to clean up their Wikipedia pages, because I remember, and I still have the messages when we first had our pages, which were made by Wikipedia editors, and they were horrific. They said terrible things about us. It was like, Candace is a racist, white nationalist, a crazy person who hates BLM and she hates women, the whole gamut that you're getting right now about me. And we were horrified when we looked at our Wikipedia pages. And then some time passed and someone within the organization had found a person who could clean up our Wikipedia pages. Charlie told me, and I cannot.
Oh my gosh, Candace, you surely don't know what you're talking about. Why are y'all so horrified? If I had a Wikipedia and it was all over the place and it was like, whatever, I can't edit my own, but someone else can obviously go in for me and edit it. Simple. It's not that hard, complicated to edit the wiki. You don't have to be like, oh my gosh, So with that being said, she's acting like it's so mysterious. That's a website that anyone can edit at any moment or any time. And there are some people that are trolls. After certain incidents, people troll wikis, or they play around and troll it. Now, will I admit that I have ever trolled someone's wiki? Yeah, I have. But usually those troll comments, trust and believe, they are not going to last past 24 hours because people are monitoring and actively monitoring their favorite person's wiki, because some people are very territorial. So they are the ones that started the article and drafted it and edited it, and they monitor it. Any changes you make, they will fight you over it. So to make sure it's correct and right and sourced, and go back and forth with you. There's sometimes fights. So troll comments usually don't last. It has to be sourced. Like I can't just add something. I have to a media article or something has to be covering it, and it can't just be any like regular vlog. It has to be a really a media company that has, a decent reputation. Okay. But yeah.
Remember who that individual was. It'll come to me. It will actually come to me. But I'm just interested. Do you guys think that some random person got inspired to include a whole heading of Rob McCoy 36 hours later? What do you guys think? I don't even think they had even yet announced that Erica Kirk was the chairman and the CEO 36 hours later. Like, that seems that early. Less than 36 hours, I should say, to be very clear.
Candace, you are way late and behind, because anytime anything happens, people instantly go to Wiki and start updating. I mean, some people want to be the first thing. Like right now, if someone were sued, and that person was popular, I guarantee you people are going to be trying to rush to Wiki to add that piece of information, because they want to be the first one to add the information. They want to be the one that sourced it and add that. People are actually proud of their edits and their additions. So I'm not going to be surprised after Charlie Kirk's death, which is like worldwide publicized talking point, that everyone is going to be doing that. No, okay, I see what she's saying. So on the Turning Point USA, not Charlie Kirk's wiki, his own, but the one for Turning Point itself, it does have a section for Rob McCoy, and it's still there. And it says Rob McCoy, as of today, it says Rob McCoy was a close ally of Charlie Kirk and is credited with helping launch Turning Point USA. He is a Pentecostal pastor in the Calvary Chapel Association and aligned with the Christian right. McCoy encouraged Kirk to Christianity and social conservatism. Hold on. And that was given a source of 54, 55, and 56. So let me see. 54 leads to what? That is sourced by the Colombian. And then 55 is sourced by Fox News, and 56 is Los Angeles Times. So for that, you will say, is a Colombian news media, is that, that news outlet, is that credible? Then they have Fox News there, and then they have Los Angeles Times. That source the whole Rob McCoy points. And then you will go to each article to see if they actually mention Rob McCoy. The Colombian one says, in California, Charlie Kirk's pastor sees God's hand in Trump's win. And that was sourced from a November 24, 2024 article. And then the other one was from September 10th, September 11th. Charlie Kirk leaves behind powerful Christian faith legacy. And then Charlie Kirk's spiritual advice came from a Ventura County pastor. So I will say the last two came from recently sourced, like from the day that he was articles from the day he was on the live, and one right after the next day. But there's one that was sourced from 2024. So let me actually click on that article and see what it says. The Colombian. On election night, a Southern California pastor in a red MAGA hat filmed a message for his Instagram followers, cheering President-elect Donald Trump's victory. Rob McCoy thanked God and Charlie Kirk, one of the Republican Party's most influential power brokers, and said, "This is the epicenter of a rebirth of freedom," McCoy said from the Phoenix headquarters of Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA. And the man the Kingmaker calls his pastor is McCoy of Godspeed Calvary Chapel in Newbury Park. McCoy gained notoriety during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, when he defied public health orders and continued to hold mask-free indoor church services. It goes on about Trump. Although Kirk founded Turning Point USA in 2012 as a secular youth organization, he now declares that God is on the side of American conservatives. After Trump's victory, McCoy joked from the pulpit. Okay. Then it goes into McCoy. So far, I'm not really seeing it, to be honest, in the article about McCoy. But in a 2021 interview, Kirk said that McCoy in their first meeting told him, "You're a Christian, and I want to tell you that not only does the Bible say a lot about civil government, not only does the Bible say a lot about how we should interact with our leaders, but I think you should talk more publicly about that." 3 years ago, Kirk shared the power of his Turning Points brand with McCoy, who helped launch Turning Point USA Faith, which offers training and networking for pastors wanting to be more politically outspoken. So I think there is a confusion here. So he's not saying that he founded Turning Point USA, that it's most likely that he helped found, the Turning Point USA Faith. You see what I'm saying? So there's a difference. So I think Candace is confusing the two. Obviously, he's not going to be, like any founder of Turning Point USA, but he is going to be someone who helped launch Turning Point USA Faith, which is like a little sector, a subsector, a portion, right? So that would be the distinction. Turning Point USA and Turning Point USA Faith did not return requests from the Times for comment. So now we have to just make sure that it's clarified, not that he founded or co-founded Turning Point USA, but that he helped with the launch of this Turning Point USA Faith, add on that faith part. So now let me go back to the actual article and see if there's a clarification made. So Turning Point USA is the article, the main topic, and then we go to Rob McCoy. And it says, under Turning Point Faith, they have Rob McCoy under there. How the Turning Point Faith. Okay, now I'm gonna scroll down to where it's just about. Turning Point USA. Rob McCoy is a close ally of Charlie Kirk and is credited with helping launch Turning Point USA Faith. See, it's right there. It says Turning Point USA Faith. So she's like, again, like, you're not really telling the full thing. It's not saying that he helped launch Turning Point USA. It says Turning Point USA Faith. So that's a clarification. So again, that's misleading, Candace. Lord have mercy. That's misleading to, make you think, oh, he's not the co-founder. Well, it says Faith, Turning Point USA Faith. Yikes. Because I'm like, well, I see that he's not that, for Turning Point, but so I would have actually corrected it, but I'm not seeing the correction now. It's needed because there's a distinction made that it's Turning Point USA Faith that adds McCoy. Now, could there have been a possibility that someone edited since her time? So let's go through the, let me go to the edit history and see. Okay, this is the edit history. Let's go back to September. September, let's see, September 27. Let's go back some more. I'm actually gonna search this for McCoy. Rob McCoy was not a co-founder of Turning Point USA Faith. That received downvotes because that actually is something. So then that was added back. Let's see. Overall, the article is correct because it's showing that he's not they're not trying to say he's the co-founder of Turning Point itself, USA, but of Turning Point USA Faith. So in that regard, it's actually accurate. So yeah, that's on now. So let's go back to the video again. I'm glad I looked into it because if you just listen to Candace, it would seem like there was something inaccurate added to this whole thing. And in reality, it's just showing that he was someone that helped with the actual Turning Point Faith, USA Faith, and not just Turning Point.
Less than 36 hours later, I don't even think Charlie's body had returned back to Arizona. And yet, somebody was dedicated to Rob McCoy lying and claiming, this person who typed this, that he was the founder, the co-founder, Charlie's pastor. No, he wasn't. The founder of TPUS Faith, the inspiration behind TPUS Faith. No, he wasn't. He was one of the advisors put on the board of advisory for TPUSA Faith. I know that he gets paid by TPUS Faith, upcoming
There's a thing that one of the articles came from 2024 before Charlie Kirk was on the live. So if there's any clarifications needed, Charlie Kirk could have updated this himself or said something about it. This was actually an article from 2024 that was the source for this information. Okay, so I don't know why she's going on and on about this whole thing when, you know, Charlie Kirk could have argued this before he passed away, but obviously he didn't see an issue with it being stated or as such.
Pastor summits where they're going to teach other Christian Zionist pastors how to use the Bible as a shield for their political ideas. You know, it says right here in the Bible, unfollow Tucker Carlson. There's no other way that we could understand Paul's letter to the Corinthians other than to unfollow Tucker Carlson. That's the vibe I'm getting, the direction that Turning Point was going into, and Rob McCoy was definitively going to benefit financially from that. But founder? Since when? Anyways, now let's turn our attention to other allies. President Donald Trump. Of course, we have to arrive here because Charlie really loved Donald J. Trump. Okay, he loved him. It is unreal going through my messages to really consider how much he dedicated his entire life to him. And I mean, sleepless nights wanting to ensure that he got elected, re-elected, midterm elections, hitting the ground, wearing a MAGA hat. We were everywhere I was on fire for Trump too. I really believed in Trump. I really believed that if people could wake up to how quickly the media...
And notice how she uses past tense, believed, I believed, I believed. So it's not like she's saying, I believe in Trump, I believe in Trump. It's past tense, like I believed.
Media turned on him, that it could be, this conduit to Black Americans understanding that we're being manipulated. Because my focus was all about Black America, right?
And right here it says Rob McCoy was a close ally of Charlie Kirk and is credited with helping launch Turning Point USA Faith. So it's not necessarily saying that he is like a co-founder or giving him a lot of 100% credit. It says helping him launch Turning Point USA Faith. So I guess what would be your definition of helping him launch Turning Point USA? Could he actually be credited for helping him launch Turning Point USA? I would say yes. So obviously, I think that there's, tension between those two, and she feels like he shouldn't be added to anything, Rob McCoy. But it says right here was a close ally. And again, they referenced this Colombian.com news article. And I guess they were talking about what McCoy stated and giving quotes from McCoy himself. So with that being said, at that time, Charlie Kirk was alive and he could have spoke out against this whole notion, but he did not. And he obviously liked McCoy, so I don't really see the whole why she's making a big fuss out of it, besides that she has her own grievances with McCoy.
And what I can say is that from the very moment that we learned the news that Charlie Kirk had passed, I knew spiritually that we were never going to get the full story from officials, right? Not from officials. I can't explain it. I felt that way. And then when Trump rushed to tweet out that, or social Truth Social out that photo, an AI photo of him and Charlie with the Star of David in the background, I just knew. I knew the investigation into who murdered Charlie Kirk was officially over, right? The officials wanted nothing to do with it because there was nobody more psychotically insistent that people stop asking questions about Charlie's death immediately. I mean, early hours, right? More than the people that are dedicated to the Israel lobby, right? These individuals, if you go back, people that are pro-Israel for whatever reason, were like, do not look any further into this death. In fact, I'll challenge you, do me a favor. Find me just one real life pro-Israel individual who is expressing that they don't believe that Charlie Kirk was killed by Tyler Robinson. The evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson didn't act alone, that Tyler Robinson didn't fire the shot.
She says the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson didn't fire the shot. But in another video, you said that his print is there. Besides, they only have his print. But so that's actually significant evidence that his print is on the gun. Not only on any gun, but his gun that was gifted to him by his grandfather. It's actually the opposite, that there is overwhelming evidence to point to Tyler Robinson being the unaliver, did the on the other. What evidence has she given that anyone else is involved? And I don't mean speculation or insinuation or opinions. What concrete, hard evidence has Candace Owens, in all this time since she has been reporting on the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, what one piece of evidence has she proved that Tyler Robinson isn't the actual shooter? What piece of evidence has she given to show that is Agman or someone from Turning Point USA or Benjamin Netanyahu? What evidence has she given for her side? And like I said, I'm like reviewing these videos, and I'm going to look at what the police evidence has, what evidence the police has, and what evidence Candace has. If she has evidence, I am willing to review it and look it over and to see what it's all about. So far, it's all about these invisible sources are telling her this, whispering her ear, delusions and hallucinations, whatever. And then she has these narratives that are not backed by any receipt. And so then she says that the government has no evidence when they have a plethora of evidence. And they even have DNA evidence, but that's, since when is DNA evidence no evidence? Make it make sense.
Robertson didn't use a 30-6. Find me just one person with the platform who's pro-Israel and says, I want this investigation into his death to continue. It's a bit weird, right? It's a bit weird. Dogs, very silent right now. Very, very silent. And there's like a stake on the ground. They're not moving. It's very weird. They do, all of them, however, I will say, want him to be honored, right? Mostly by your money. They want you to give to Turning Point USA. That's the best way, by the way, that you can honor him. Open up your pocketbooks. They don't have enough money there, right? Clearing like $100 million a year. They don't have enough. Open up your pockets, keep his show going, and don't ask questions is obviously the clearest way that we can honor Charlie Kirk.
So she really is, going at Donald Trump and taking shots at Donald Trump about him making this Charlie Kirk holiday as if that will make everything else fade away or go away, or in other words, stop her investigation. So there's obvious tension between her and Donald Trump. And as I thought at the onset that they would actually, I believe that she's upset with Donald Trump also because he reached out to her about the Emmanuel Macron and Bridget Macron, and when he reached out to her to back down and leave Bridget Macron alone, and he said that she is a woman. You want to know what pisses off a narc? A narcissistic injury was had, and you want to know why? Because Donald Trump is the president of the United States. And he called her and said to back down. He met Bridget Macron in person, and she's all woman. News outlets and media reported on Donald Trump, and this is pretty much blasting Candace as a liar. You're a liar, Candace. I met Bridget Macron, and she's a woman. And this is her source of income, is her bread and butter. She's making money off of this whole lie and conspiracy and scandal. And how dare Donald Trump use his power and his influence to try to stop her and call her a liar, because that's what this really is. Donald Trump called Candace Owens a liar. She's saying all these videos that Bridget Macron is born a man, and this is how she, she started off as, Jean-Michel, her brother, and then took over the younger sister's identity and became, living as his sister now, Bridget Macron, identity theft, a bunch of hoopla, blah, blah. And she's telling the whole world this, making a bunch of money off of it on a t-shirt. She's selling this as the truth. And then guess what? Donald Trump, who I guess she was feeling like she has been rallying behind and supporting, he sits down, has a conversation with Emmanuel Macron. And Emmanuel Macron says, hey, do you know Candace? And, they have a conversation about getting her to back down and leave Bridget Macron alone. So then, Donald Trump actually, says that, yeah, Bridget Macron is a woman. He met her in person and she's all woman. So Donald Trump, in doing that, he chose a side. He chose the side of the Macrons. He chose a side. And in doing so, he also pretty much said that Candace Owens is a liar. If I say I don't believe you and that's a woman, she's not a man, I'm calling you a liar. You're calling her a man, I'm calling her a woman. One of us is telling the truth and one of us is lying. Two things can't be true at the same time in this case. So he called her a liar. And when someone experiences a narcissistic injury, they're going to comfort you. Maybe not right away, but they're going to smear you and comfort you in some sort of way. So this whole thing with her and Donald Trump, you know, I believe that she is bitter because he stepped in and used his presidential status and his voice to kind of try to shut her up and shut her down and call her a liar to the world. Okay. So now she's like really just going at Donald Trump. It started off kind of small, but then now it's quickly picking up speed, and it, you know, and that's because she realizes that a lot of her audience members came from her rallying behind and supporting Donald Trump. A lot of conservative MAGA people follow her, and now she has to slowly try to talk about Donald Trump. Not too much, not too fast, just slowly, little seeds here and little seeds there, planting. And what better way than to now attack him under the guise that it's all about Charlie Kirk, when it's really about the Macrons and how he called her a liar on a national platform and all these news outlets, you know, said Donald Trump took the side of Macron's and she's a woman. So now in all these Charlie Kirk videos, you can hear the bitterness and the injury that she has experienced. She's mad that, you know, she's trying to say that, oh, I'm mad because you're not fighting that hard for Charlie Kirk. That Trump did make his whole campaign and everything about this shooting. It seems like he moved on too fast. Now, I will say this. If you watch that video of Donald Trump, I think on the golf course or whatever, and someone asked him how is he feeling after, you know, Charlie Kirk was recently unalived, he quickly moved on. He talked about it for like 1 second, and then he quickly moved on talking about the ballroom, the construction of a ballroom at the at the White House. So, to be honest, that wasn't a good look. And that video kind of like speaks to what she's speaking of, that he seems not to care that much. But I will be honest, Donald Trump only cares about himself in that ballroom. If you're not Donald Trump, his toupee in that ballroom, I really don't think you'll be cared about. Okay, now he cares about his little toupee. He has to have that, you know, neatly glued on. So we'll blow away while he's playing golf and talking about the ballroom and fake news. You know what I'm saying? But she's mad that he's not devoting, you know, a lot of attention to this. Well, she's trying to say she is, but I believe it's all about how he intervened, because like, I've had your back, Trump. I've had your back. Like, I've been getting people to vote for you. I've been, you know, just cheering for you, and I've had your back this whole time. And this is how you repay me. You embarrassed me in front of the world by taking the side of Bridget Macron and Mayor Macron by saying that she's a woman, when I've been telling millions of people all around the world that she's a man. And now President Trump, how dare he go against me, Candace Owens? How dare you? Like, I've supported you, I have your back. So when she's speaking to Donald Trump about how disappointed she is about his reaction and how he's treating Charlie Kirk, a lot of that is actually projection, because I believe that she's feeling that he betrayed her with the Macrons. Because like, if someone is my friend and I'm saying that, you know, someone is a man, and she said she staked her whole entire life and career on the fact that Bridget Macron is a man. If I'm saying that, and then one of my so-called friends that I've been supporting for years and trying to get them voted and elected and things, they come out and go against me in opposition and take the side of the other person, I might feel some type of way, right? Yeah. So I believe that, you know, two things can be true at once. Yes, she's probably disappointed in how he isn't that 100% focused on like his 24/7 on Charlie Kirk, but I also believe that this is also about her own feelings, that she feels betrayed by Donald Trump, that he chose Macron's over her by trying to, go against what she has been saying and taking their side that she's not a man. Now, Candace, she's not a man. Like, just stop. Of course, he's going to take, Donald Trump is crazy, but he's not going to just say, Bridget Macron is a man. That's weird. Okay. But I will be honest because I am objective. Do I believe that Trump used Charlie Kirk, which is yes. Donald Trump cares about his toupee, golf, and the ballroom. And Charlie Kirk isn't his toupee. He's not the ballroom. He's not golf. So, and he loves the camera. Are the cameras rolling? Okay. So, do I believe that he used Charlie Kirk? Yes. He used him to get the vote of the youth of college students. He used him to reach a demographic that he can't access, a demographic that's not wearing toupees and fake news and all this other stuff. So he used him. But I don't think that her anger and angst and all this animosity she has towards Donald Trump all of a sudden is because of Charlie Kirk. I believe it's mostly because she feels hurt by Donald Trump and betrayed by him because he chose Macron's over her. Shout out to Ahmad. Thank you so much for the fan funding. Says, hey, Queen, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sending a virtual rose right back at you. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button. But I will say I am here for Candace and Donald Trump showdown. I think it will remind me a little bit of Omarosa versus Donald Trump, but more severe if it goes further. But I don't know, because I think that Donald Trump is most likely probably ignoring her. Yeah.
They want him lionized, and they did try to lionize him immediately as the most Judeo-Christian goy ever, right? He was basically, why not just put him in a yarmulke in some of these AI photos? That would make more sense. The direction, I mean, so instant. It's just trying to establish the legacy, right? And keeping with that, we want this to be honorific, not actually trying to solve what happened here. For Charlie's birthday, President Trump signed into law or established rather a holiday. And he decided that October 14th, which is Charlie Kirk's birthday, would be a national day of remembrance for Charlie Kirk. Okay? And I'm gonna tell you how I feel about that. Truly Zionists that infiltrated my book club, you did not need to pay the $9.99 to find out how I feel about this. I don't know why people think I'm hiding how I feel. It's very weird. When did people go, we have to?
Because you're not being direct all the time. You're being underhanded and subtle. You're not always being direct on your feelings on people. If you just point blank, period, just say what you mean. A lot of times you're like, oh, I think it's weird that someone has this holiday. Instead of just be more direct. You're just saying, oh, you're saying what's mysterious, what's weird, what's suspicious. But you're not being direct about it. People are really saying to stop beating around the bush and just say exactly what you mean. Now, in a more recent video that I played the other day, that's why I don't really like going out of order, because things are, it seems a little backwards. And she's getting more direct as she goes on. The reason I'm going over these videos because I don't want to start with the most recent videos, because then I miss out on what she said previously that she might have corrected. So I'm starting back when she first started talking about this Charlie Kirk and what she was saying. And once I get to the more recent videos, to be honest, I'll be able to catch Candace in her own lies and her own discrepancies and inconsistencies. Things won't be adding up. That happens all the time. And that's what happens when you're lying, is that the lies will catch up with you. One thing about the receipts and evidence is that it's always going to be the same. Whatever I said about Tyler Robertson from the actual evidence today is still going to be the same next week, because I'm going based off I have 141 pages, well, more pages now, but of all the documents from the court case so far. So I'm going off of that. So I'm going to stick to those documents, and as time goes on, I'm going to accumulate more documents. Like the newest one is about the publicity and about who is gagged or not gagged, which I'm going to end the live with, right? But with her, she's making up things as she goes, so it's going to be all over the place and it's not going to be consistent. And I'm going to pick up on those inconsistencies as I go through these videos.
Try to listen in to hear what she really thinks. I'll tell you what I really think. I think it's crap. Okay? What I said in my book club holds. It's never good when the feds are lining up to give you a holiday. Not good. You know, Martin Luther King vibes. Martin Luther King Jr. I think maybe the feds definitely killed Martin Luther King Jr. But in school, we get to learn about him. He's got this whole holiday. Oh, he was such a great, I loved that I have a dream speech. Oh, the feds. Oh, man, you're good. You were so great. It's unfortunate that we had to murder you. I don't like it because the best way to honor Charlie Kirk is very obvious. Figure out who killed him first. Let's celebrate the holiday later. I want to figure out who killed him.
Who on the live Charlie Kirk? That's the best gift. Oh, it's not going to take into consideration that the person that on a live Charlie Kirk turned themselves in. We're going to just skip over that. The same person whose print is on the gun and their DNA is all over the gun and on the casing, the spit and unspit casing, who engraved, things. We're going to skip over all the evidence, the surveillance, everything that's linking Tyler Robinson to this case, and the confessions, written and verbal confessions. And just say we don't have any, we need to find out who the shooter is. Now, with this sort of thing that Candace is doing, this is a typical conspiracy investigation. You say you don't have the answers that you really have, and that you're going to be in pursuit of this evidence and you're going to do an investigation. And you take your audience on a ride with you to uncover something that has already been uncovered, with the whole thing that is a conspiracy. And your audience is getting involved because they feel like they're helping you, or they're exploring this whole total alternative to the actual truth, which can be salacious and juicy because it's mysterious and fishy and everyone's hiding and there's secret sources, and it can be interesting. Now, I like to do investigations too, but not this type of conspiracy investigation, where my investigations are just trying to get to just typical investigations, like let's reach out to the friend or the relative to get the interview, or let's find this receipt, or get this evidence, or do that type of, it's based on evidence and receipts and facts. So it's not like speculation and anything like that, or anything conspiracy. It's about getting hardcore evidence. So she's saying that she has this person that she spoke to and they said this information. For her, she's just making up something, these invisible sources. For me, I will actually have the actual person, and then I will say, I will have some sort of receipt or evidence to kind of prove that that person exists, or that I'm actually talking to some real source, because that source would have insider information, or they would even have like the exact video or something that they could contribute that is actual evidence. So I really don't do conspiracy things like she does, but that's exactly what she's doing. Okay, she's selling this whole thing that there's this notion that there's another killer out there and that there's no evidence. The police don't have any real evidence. But in any real cases, most people always say, they hope for, please let there be DNA, please let there be a DNA. And now when the feds and government says there is DNA and confessions and all sorts of evidence, people want to say, oh, there's no evidence, huh? Since when did DNA evidence become having no evidence? That's actually one of the best pieces of evidence one can have.
him first. And so I'm struck by this. I'm struck by Trump and the lack of demand, the lack of pushing on the narrative. Trump has really represented himself, at least as me, someone who voted for him twice. He represented himself as an individual who didn't trust the federal establishment. This feels like an easy layup here. You're a friend. He viewed you in many ways like a father figure, right? Hey, feds, what's going on here? And I said, maybe he did, because I was in this aggrieved stage and I really didn't poke my head up until weeks later when I could stop crying about it every second. And I said, maybe I missed it. Maybe Trump did actually say this is crap. Maybe he did call for an investigation. And we did a search on Truth Social to see how many times President Trump tweeted or Truth Socialed calling for further investigation into Charlie Kirk's murder. And there was only one tweet that we could find to that effect.
Oh my gosh. Maybe I should play that video of when the person asked how Trump was doing after Charlie Kirk's unaliving. Just worried about his bar room and, the amount, $300 million bar room or whatever. And making sure his toupee didn't fly away in the wind. Okay. Yeah. So that was obvious that Donald Trump does not care about anything but himself. Okay. So what do you expect? What do you expect? And I also think that she does see herself in Charlie Kirk because they pretty much do a lot of the same things and have a lot of the, similar politics and talking points, that she probably feels like if it had happened to her, what would Donald Trump do? Would he actually show that much concern, much care? Would he just give her a holiday? Would he just move on and not talk about it as much? Will he just discard her? And again, I believe that Candace is upset with Trump because he already pretty much chose the Macrons over her. And it's not something small, because remember, the Macrons, she made a whole series of videos becoming Bridget, and how, Bridget Macron, the first lady of France, became a man. And she has sold that as the truth, and the truth, and the truth, and the truth. She's not selling it as some sort of parody or a lie or fake story. She's selling it. She said she will stake her whole entire life and career that Bridget Macron is a man. So Donald Trump actually went against that. He sat down with Emmanuel Macron and called up Candace and said that she needs to stop and that Bridget Macron is a woman. So that's embarrassing to actually be called a liar by the president, and then everyone reported on it, that Donald Trump said, that she's a woman, so that he's going against Candace. So she doesn't really want to admit that she has been bitter about Donald Trump stepping in. Donald Trump stepped in, girl. He stepped in and told you to sit down. He told you to sit down, Candace, and back down and leave the Macrons alone. And Candace hates to be told what to do. She hates people trying to boss her around and tell her what to do. And she goes harder if someone does. So Donald Trump, how dare you call her up and tell her to back down from her money and her content, because Macrons were her content and moneymaker.
And this tweet is not what I would describe as him calling for an investigation into Charlie Kirk's murder, actually. Here it is. This is the only one we could find. Why was the wonderful turning point under investigation by deranged Jack Smith and the corrupt and incompetent Biden administration? They tried to force Charlie and many other people and movements out of business. They weaponized the Justice Department against sleepy Joe Biden's political opponents, including me. They allowed the daughter of a judge of one of the corrupt trials against me to become the biggest fundraiser for Biden and Kamala, making millions of dollars for herself and her family. But with her father, the judge, not only refusing to recuse himself, but putting a gag order on me, not allowing any talk about their family corruption and unprecedented conflict of interest. Well, that's not going to age well, the gag order thing, is it? Every leading legal analyst and pundit said this trial was wrong and should not have been allowed to go forward, but it did because of a corrupt judge who will hopefully pay a very big price for his illegal action someday. Okay. Scale of 1 to 10, how much is that do you feel about Charlie Kirk? Like, I don't know what to think of that. I don't know what to make of that. Like I said, it's pretty obvious. They want us to just look at everything and go, case closed. Don't you see? We're all united. We're standing up here. We're giving him a holiday. We're signing that. And we've got all these photographers here. Turning Point's chief fundraiser lady here, and she's crying. So obviously she loved Charlie. Kash Patel was there. Of all the people, unbelievable to me. They're here. Kash Patel's here, so you can see we're all united. You can totally trust the FBI science now. We're ruling out corruption. That's why we don't know what Jeffrey Epstein files are talking about. Because look, all we had to do was win against Democrats and corruption would be over. Are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I'm sorry. You know, I've realized something actually and truly. They made, in retrospect, the absolute best decision not inviting me to speak at Charlie's memorial. Like, kudos to whoever made that call, because I would have just been on my best Kanye. I would have jumped on stage and just grabbed the mic from Susie Wiles or someone and said, are you kidding me? What is going on here? What is happening? Even Trump's speech, remember when he just kind of worked in the story about Charlie interviewing a fourth grader and he was referring to Breland Holland? And I'm saying Holland, by the way, because that was his name when Charlie interviewed him, because Trump wasn't there, nothing to do with Trump. When Charlie went on that fourth grader's podcast, his name was Breland Holland, and I was next to him. It was me and Charlie. What a weird story for Trump to just obscurely pluck out of thin air to say on stage at his memorial. He wasn't there. He had nothing to do with him. The kid had some connections and, of course, was...
So what does she expect from Donald Trump? Donald Trump is self-centered and just focused on himself. He doesn't care about Charlie Kirk. He doesn't really care about Candace. He cares about, shout out to y'all for, helping him get into office and rallying for him and getting the votes of different demographics that he can't really reach. Shout out to Candace for, pushing for a lot more, like Black people or other people to, vote for Trump. Shout out to, Charlie Kirk going to all these college campuses to get everyone to vote for Trump. So who can help him get the votes so he can get into office? That was his agenda. So are you slowly realizing now that, Donald Trump didn't really care about Charlie Kirk? And that he's just moving on with his life and his ballroom and his toupee, and that's all he cares about. Yeah, as long as he has the ballroom, there's still, he is concerned, I guess, of what they're going to name. What's the name of the ballroom? That was a topic. Like what should we call the ballroom? So it surprises me that people act shocked or surprised when someone that's a narc or, full of themselves is only focused on themselves. Like, what else do you expect? What else do you expect?
Really sweet and adorable and in fourth grade and super polite and energetic and was like, I'd love to interview you. I can't remember who the guy was who was his dad. I got him to interview with us. And all of a sudden, Trump's just saying this story on stage at Charlie's memorial as if he was there. And he wasn't. So what's going on? Regarding Kash Patel showing his face there, I legitimately do not know how these people do it, okay? I would literally die from shame. I would pass away right immediately from shame before I would show up to that event if I was Kash Patel. Like, did they breed it out? Is this a new breed of human that I don't know about? Where you feel nothing, there's just nothing. It's like the Josh Hammer thing. They don't feel any sense of shame at all. And they can just go, 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 go. And pretend that you're honoring. I don't understand it. I truly don't understand it, because I have to be a different species from whatever that is. I would melt. I'd rather melt at the floor than show my face, knowing how badly I was dropping the ball. The whole world was dropping the ball. How do you show up to work, Kash Patel? And the answer is he shows up to work and he demands that everybody stop looking into it because he's got it under control. He's got a very small team of people at the FBI that are allowed to touch anything pertaining to the Charlie Kirk case because, this is transparency Finally, the adults are in charge, and it's going to be the most transparent administration ever, except on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff or the Charlie Kirk stuff, who was a friend of the administration. We got to be a little bit opaque on. Real headline, New York Times yesterday, pertaining to how upset Kash Patel was when he received an inquiry from Joe Kent, Tulsi Gabbard's office. They lead the National Counterterrorism, Center. Joe Kent does. And him inquiring about details into this apparently alarmed Kash Patel, because Kash Patel was alarmed. He called a meeting, in fact, right? He wanted to investigate the assassination pertaining to Joe Kent. They were like, hey, maybe people overseas were involved in his murder. Maybe they were thinking, BB's saying too much. Can we just look at these files? Because it's our job, overseas terrorism. And Kash Patel was so alarmed by this, so alarmed that they would look into these files, that he held a meeting, apparently. Oh, what are you? This is not appropriate. It's not appropriate for you to be looking into this. Okay? We don't want you knowing whether or not there was a foreign power or another entity that was involved in this. And this is the reason that Kash Patel decided to have a meeting with Susie Wiles and Joe Kent and Tulsi Gabbard and Trump officials. I think it said JD Vance was in this meeting as well, and nothing was accomplished. Because why wouldn't you, if you're the most transparent administration ever, share? Get the help. Hey, we're supposed to be partners in this. Don't we all want to find out who killed Charlie Kirk? And the answer is no. We don't all want to find out who killed Charlie Kirk. I think that's apparent, right? It's pretty.
So I agree that Donald Trump, he only cares about, as I said, I'm not trying to be funny, but all I think he cares about is his comb over and himself. That's it. Okay. And with that being said, I believe that she is spinning this false narrative that no one cares about Charlie Kirk as far as investigating who unalived him and figuring out who unalived him. When the truth is, most people have accepted that Tyler Robertson is the unaliver. So I wouldn't say people are not trying to figure out who unalived him. People are just waiting for the trial. Like, literally, people are waiting for the trial to start. Like, we know who unalived him. Now we're going to see how the trial is going to proceed and who are all the witnesses, what all evidence will be presented at trial, and how the trial will go. And also how, to be honest, this Utah court is kind of annoying because they seem like they want to keep everything under wraps. And oh Lord, I should not have said that because now the conspiracy people. What I mean is, as far as sharing, having an open courtroom as far as media access to materials and things, which I'll get into. Lord, I should never have said that because now, what do you mean under wraps? Under wraps? You're trying to hide. Oh Lord. What I mean is, I don't think that the Utah court has been used to having a case that has been on a national, worldwide scale, to where they know how to handle this much media attention. So they don't, New York City, they know how to handle a trial. Look at Diddy, they handled the trial. Utah, they need some training on how to handle a trial that's this this mainstream or whatever. Lord have mercy. I should have. Lord, here comes the conspiracy. Oh my gosh. But yeah, so we're going to get into that. But those are some stuff I'm realizing. They're just trying to figure out how they can proceed with this case and not make it prejudicial to where it taints the jurors, potential jurors in the case. And that leads to prejudice, as far as him having a fair trial, a right to a fair trial. And things like that. So they are trying to figure that all out. And at the same time, they have to make sure that the media has the right to, to certain, to the what should be public record and what should not be public record, right? But Candace is going on and on about Trump. To be objective, does Trump actually really care about Charlie Kirk to the level that she's expecting or most people would expect? No, he cares about the barroom. That's what he said, right? And that's what he said, that as soon as someone asked him how he was feeling about Charlie, like since he had recently lost Charlie Kirk, he answered within like one sentence and then moved on to talk about the construction of the ballroom. So there's a lack of care. However, to be fair, he's not going to be on going all day and night saying who unalived Charlie Kirk, because that's stupid. The person that unalived Charlie Kirk is Tyler Robertson. That's already figured out. So why would Trump go on his platform all day and night trying to be like, who unalived? Now, people would probably 5150 him. Like, nerds, we need to commit him. Why is the president saying who unalived Charlie Kirk when we have a confession, we have evidence, we have a lot of things? So, Candace, you can get away with this 5150 bullshit, but the president of the United States, he cannot be out here saying who unalived Charlie Kirk. That's irresponsible and that's weird. Okay. Yeah. So, like, what is she expecting for Donald Trump to do? To be a conspiracy theorist? And no, that's not going to be a good look, and it's going to be a contradiction to everything that he's said about Charlie Kirk so far and the whole investigation. I guarantee you, he cannot do what you're doing, Candace. And he should not do what you're doing because you're lying. Do I like Donald Trump? No, but I mean, he's not going to lie and say that he doesn't know who unalived Charlie Kirk when it's clearly Tyler Robertson. He's not going to say that Bridget McCrone is a man just because you're saying that Bridget McCrone is a man. So she has a sense of entitlement that everyone has to say, if I say Bridget McCrone is a man, Donald Trump, you should say she's a man too, even though you met her and you know that she's not a man. I said she's a man, so you should stick by what I said. If I said we're still looking for the unaliver of Charlie Kirk and we don't know who shot Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump, you should also say the same. So she has a sense of like everyone should be saying what she's saying. No, ma'am. Okay, I'm saying, so I'm going to say that Bridget McCrone is a biological woman. She had 3 kids. I'm going to say that, based on all the evidence that, especially confessions, Tyler Robertson is the unaliver. But am I going to be stupid to say that he might have spoken to a lawyer and the lawyer has probably, that he probably is going to say not guilty because he doesn't want to, like, he thought about unaliving himself. He doesn't want to take accountability. He's also someone that had high ACT scores or SAT scores. I can't remember which result I saw. I think it was ACT. He's someone that has a high GPA. He's smart, so he's probably going to think about, what, I did confess, I did do this and say that, but now I don't want to be in jail for the rest of my life, so I'm going to plead not guilty and see how far that gets me. It's not going to be very far because there's too much evidence, and he already confessed. He should have thought about that before he confessed, but it's too late now.
It's obvious that we do not all want to find out who murdered Charlie Kirk because they're not acting right. Nobody is acting right now. And it's stunning. We are making so many discoveries in this case, and I have to tell you guys, we're getting close. We're getting close. Very.
What discoveries have you made? What piece of evidence have you shown? What piece of evidence have you shown to prove your case? And again, I'm willing to look at what evidence you have and then what evidence police have. And so far on the scoreboard, the police have the most evidence, and everything that you really say about the case, it actually helps the police. Like, it actually will help their side, not your side. For you, I need you to connect the dots between Ackman and Robinson. Don't mention no reward money. Okay. Connect the dots between and the weapon that you said had the prints. So connect Ackman to the actual unaliving, to the campus, to the rifle that was used, to the bullet that was lodged in the neck, which is going to obviously be retrieved from his neck, Charlie Kirk, to the why was there a confession. There needs to be dots connected from evidence to the actual people you're accusing. If you're saying Benjamin Netanyahu has something to do with it, how? And then link him to the actual weapon and the campus. Also, if UBU has surveillance, which they do, how come there's no other footage of anyone else going to the rooftop or leaving the rooftop and running from the rooftop besides just Tyler Robertson? Where else would someone have shot him from? And if you, like in my previous video, the size of that rifle, no one can actually shoot him from the crowd, because to pull out that size rifle in a crowd and to position yourself, everyone will see the rifle. They will see you pulling it out. They will see it. So you will have to be from a high point or a rooftop. You can't be in the crowd. You can't be in the crowd with that type of weapon. Some sort of small weapon or something. Maybe someone could try to conceal it and take a shot. But with that size rifle, nope. So how come nothing else was found from rooftop and someone going up and down from rooftop? There has to be surveillance. Do you think that they only looked at that hallway? Do you think that they automatically just went to one surveillance, or did they just go say, hey, he was shot around noon on that day, so we need surveillance from all the buildings surrounding this, right? So they look at surveillance in all the buildings, and then they see only one person going up and down from that rooftop and that same person running across. Everything points to Tyler. And then there's DNA, there's surveillance, there's witnesses now, that confession is written. So there's DNA on a unique rifle that was gifted to him by his grandfather. So now your job is to now tell us how is anyone else connected? Now, what I will say is what Candace is doing, which people can say there's progress, but we have to understand what type of progress are we talking about. Progress with the whole Charlie Kirk would mean process as in gathering evidence as to who unalived Charlie Kirk. What she's doing instead is she's actually like stirring the pot and going through his text messages and talking about issues he has had with Turning Point, or issues with this person or that person. And she's talking about completely different issues that he has had with different people. And that is causing controversy and stir because of these other things that has been going on in his life or surrounding people. But that's like if someone being unalived and then you find out that a person had issues at work, that person had issues at school, that person had issues with their neighbors, and that person had issues with this person and that person. But if they were unalived by someone that hated them for another reason, all of those other topics are just side topics and noise. They're not, she's not connecting anyone to the actual shooting yet. She's just bringing up other issues he has had with other people, or conflicts that he has had, or other issues in his life. So that's not fooling me. That's all a deflection. I'm only looking for evidence pertaining to the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. I'm not looking for any side topics or conversations.
Close, I think, to what actually happened on that day. And I'm getting the suspicion that there were some foreign entities involved. So Joe, Kent, Tulsi Gabbard, you guys by any chance see this?
So she's saying that she feels like there are some foreign entities involved. Feels like speculation. We need receipts. Connect those foreign entities with the Utah shooting and evidence. And then you also need to explain away all this evidence. Are you going to say all the evidence on Tyler Robertson is fake? Okay, you're throwing out things. Okay, so Benjamin Netanyahu or some foreign entity is responsible. So now your job is to connect the dots and explain how. And also how and why don't the police have anyone else going up to the rooftop or down from the rooftop? If there's a foreign entity, who did the shooting? And where is the surveillance? Are you going to say they disappeared the surveillance? One thing about conspiracy people, they can easily make up anything. Oh, at the very end, all the evidence is fake, or they'll even probably say that Charlie Kirk is still alive. the Charlie Kirk, it was all, he's still alive, and it was, the goalposts will move. So whatever you debunk today, tomorrow they'll have a new goalpost. And the most ultimate thing that people always say is they'll say at the very end that the person is still alive, because that way they can say that it was all fake and the person is still alive out there. So, you know, Elvis, Tupac, Biggie, everybody, you know, people always keep on saying all these people are, a lot of times some conspiracies go so far to where the person is not even deceased, that a person is still alive.
This episode, keep going, right? We're just going very slowly here. Set the bait. We're going to see who lies about what. And when we get back from this break, I'm going to tell you another stunning turning point lie that came out. And you're going to start feeling some type of way about the people who are all apparently mourning him. And the best way to mourn, of course, is to lie. We'll be right back after a quick break.
The best way to mourn is to lie. Isn't that a projection? Because that's what you're doing. You're trying to tell the world that we don't know who shot Charlie Kirk when we actually have a confession. Multiple confessions from the same person.
All right, you guys, I've been talking a lot about Riverbend Ranch because I absolutely love their steaks. They're black to perfection. Monthly payment, giving you peace of mind, having a personal assistant that's living.
So of course you have to stop for your, you know, infomercial to make your dollar. This is all about money. Okay. She actually has started a new series called Becoming Bridget to, you know, restart like her whole thing on Bridget McCrone. But now that this happened with Charlie Kirk, and she realized that she can get the same amount of views, if not more at times, she now has, you know, decided that this is her new topic. Okay. But at one point she was gonna return to Bridget McCrone, but she's being sued by Emmanuel and Bridget McCrone. So she's kind of backing off. So this is her new topic. And of course it's financially driven. It's about the money. It's about the dollar, y'all. It's about the money. And I went over this before. If you actually go to her channel, it was all about Bridget McCrone and Mayor McCrone for a long time. And then she uploaded those pictures and videos of her with Charlie Kirk that went viral. She saw the dollar signs on that and how much attention she got. And then from there, she pivoted, of course, to Charlie Kirk, and that has been her topic since then. And the McCrones have been abandoned. Besides, on October 30th, her and her legal team filed a motion to dismiss, mainly saying that Delaware is the wrong jurisdiction to have that actual case. And to be honest, I do agree. I don't know what the McCrones were thinking. Like, y'all are what I would say French royalty of president of France, and y'all's lawyer couldn't even get this right as to sue her in asbestos to her in Tennessee, where she lives and works, and her business actually is conducted from there. Everyone, you know, that's a part of that whole business is in Tennessee. So why choose Delaware? Because the registered agent is formed there. No. So I do believe that's going to be dismissed. So that's why I do believe that Candace is she keeps throwing shade at Bridget McCrone and still digging at her, because she feels like it's going to be dismissed based on the procedural things and not actually the merit. Okay. So for that, she needs to actually, so will the McCrones actually try to get a transfer to Tennessee courts, or will they try to refile in Tennessee court? I don't know, but I suspect they will be dismissed, but I'm still going to keep y'all updated on that case. Nevertheless, yeah. So with that being said, even though that she feels like it might get dismissed because of that wrong jurisdiction, she still is kind of backing down from that and still focusing more on the Charlie Kirk content.
There's no upfront or hidden fees, so call American Financing today and start saving. The number is 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800 for the best mom and the best baby gifts for you. And then get shot at an event, the left side /Candace. All right, so Mikey McCoy is missing from the Charlie Kirk show. He seemed very happy to jump in that seat thereafter. I think we were all expecting after this video went viral that we would hear from him regarding his actions there. As soon as Charlie got shot, we were told by Andrew Colvett, who is now missing from today's episode of the Charlie Kirk Show, that it was because Charlie was very explicit. Charlie said, if I ever get shot at an event, the left side of my neck, the first thing I want you to do is not help me, okay? And how could we not do anything but trust the science here? We just gotta trust the science. We'll never know, okay? Because I guess they're not gonna show us call logs, they're not gonna do anything, just easily put away any of these quote unquote conspiracies that are unhealthy.
So Candace is always saying that people can easily put away certain conspiracies or speculation. And that is what I say, rabbit hole or goalpost. Because once you give Candace one thing, she's going to request more and more and more things from you. And the moment you decline, she's going to still keep going with her conspiracy, okay? And also, she's not the police or the authorities. So no one has to turn over text messages to her. No one has to turn over video evidence or anything, because no one has to prove anything to her or give her any of that. And in fact, some people actually are being called as a witness and they're not supposed to be speaking on this case or giving any information or doing anything that can interfere with this investigation. Okay? And I believe that she feels entitled to certain information. Now, as far as the Mikey McCoy, is it suspicious that he made a selfie video right after Charlie Kirk was on the live? Yes. And to be honest, a lot of people do that. They pull out their cameras and they go live as soon as something happens, no matter what it is. And that was weird. Now, what I don't find weird is that he took down his camera that was directly behind Charlie Kirk. He took down his camera equipment. And I don't find that weird, because if you have camera equipment, whether it's your phone or any equipment you ever set up at any event, before you leave, you're going to take whatever you brought with you, you're going to take it with you. So she's making it into some grand conspiracy because someone took their own camera down. How dare he take his own camera down? Like, what was he supposed to do? Like, he's supposed to leave the event and just have his camera supposed to stay there? No. If I leave and I'm leaving, my camera is going with me and everything I brought is going with me. Now, what would be suspicious if the camera behind him, if that camera belonged to Utah Valley University, the school, and it was the school surveillance camera, and he took it down, then oh shit, I will be calling him out. Like, why did you take down the school surveillance? Like, their equipment. But him taking his own camera down, not really. So she makes everything more suspicious than it has to be. Like, oh, he took his own camera down, so then now it's less fishy. But I will admit, him taking doing a selfie video, and in my opinion, that goes to the age of social media and cell phones. People just jump live and start, filming this and filming that. And it goes, to be honest, to show that a lot of people don't really care about Charlie Kirk as they might think they might pretend to care about him more than they actually do. So in that moment, that person really was thinking about going live and documenting, like, hey, look what just happened. Some people actually, after something like that, they call people or they record it. They call it, oh my gosh, guess what just happened? Or they go live and say, oh my gosh, that's people do that in 2025. But I will say it's still suspicious. To me, I wouldn't be doing that. I'd be trying to get out of there, like get to safety or whatever. But I mean, for some people like him, he stood around and he did a selfie video, and that is weird. But that doesn't mean he had anything to do with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, because he took down his own camera. And by the way, she at one point said that he allowed her to view what he captured, and that she watched it over and over again. But that I guess he wouldn't release it to the public at that time. To be honest, that would just go to police. I I would say as long as the police get it, that's all that matters. It shouldn't be worried about like, does the public get it? There's a such thing now that people are feeling like the public should have access to everything. That should only be a part of an investigation. Some things for the public and some things is just for the investigation. And I think that people are forgetting that.
I wanted to show you this comment. It was actually under his show yesterday. Well, actually, might have been the day before that, regarding Charlie's unique instructions to his friends, right? This is a comment. Charlie's instructions are actually insane. Number 1, leave me with no help or first aid. That is true. He was not administered any first aid. I have the close-up videos of that. Very strange to me because that's what they're supposed to be experts in. No gauze taken out, nothing, not even securing the wound as they carried him to the hospital. And I do not accept, by the way, that it was because things were crazy. He literally pays you millions of dollars of years to know what to do, security team, when things are crazy. Are you still employed? Did you fail at your one job? I don't know. We're going to find out. Anyways, his second instruction, this lady writes, film your reaction in selfie mode. Charlie must have wanted it. It's what he would have wanted, I think. He would have wanted it. I don't know. 3, take all the SD cards just in case. Secure the footage and never reveal it to anyone but the feds, who have always been so trustworthy. And 4, quickly cover the scene in case anybody wants to get justice for me.
So she's saying that anyone that has evidence and they only give it to the police, who are not to be trusted, and they don't give it to the public, that person is fishy. But here's the thing. He actually let you view it and let you watch it. So if he let you view it and watch it, then what can you say now? Because technically he let you view it and watch it and you were able to see what was on it. So if he doesn't release it to the public, but he lets you, that if he, you can say, okay, well, he didn't even want me to see it, but he let you see it and he let you watch it over and over again. So how does that make him look now? He didn't completely hide it because he let you view it more than once. And also, from the angle of that camera, that will only show like the back of Charlie Kirk's head, and it really won't show that. It won't really show that much because of the angle and where the camera was directed. Now, if someone were directly in front of him doing something, then maybe. But from the actual rooftop angle where the shooter shot from, that camera really wasn't that, is not at a good angle or position to capture anything that would be relevant enough to. I would say that it is actually a good piece of. It depends on how it was completely angled. It can contain some information, but not as far as the actual shooter, which was from a distance away, if you catch what I'm saying. But from any audience reaction or any audience stuff, then yes, that's a good viewpoint. Shout out to Sophia. Hey girl, how you doing? So let's go ahead and wrap this up. But yeah, so as you can see, there's tension between, well, at least most likely leaning more towards Candace Owens' side, where she's revving things up and revving up her engine to eventually go full throttle on Donald Trump. And to be honest, I think one thing that people like about Candace, and I'll be honest, is that she seems to just go at anyone and go after anyone, and she seems courageous and bold, and people like that she's not afraid to just go after anyone, even Donald Trump, the president, to the Macrons, the first lady of France, and Emmanuel Macron. She's not really afraid to just make content on anyone or anybody. And with that being said, that's dangerous territory and terrain, because she's most likely going to end up being sued by people that have deep pockets. So, like, is it really going to be worth it if these people with deep pockets that you're going after eventually sue you and you can't prove your case? Because conspiracies work on YouTube, but in the court of law, these conspiracies have to be backed by receipts, and the receipts are not going to be receipting Candace. And yeah, so one thing about conspiracies, and like I said, have fun on YouTube, but once it reaches court and discovery, the conspiracies are not going to be backed with concrete evidence and tangible evidence, and speculation ain't going to work. Insinuations are not going to work. There has to be tangible, concrete evidence of what is being stated. And even with the Macrons, they are saying that they have scientific evidence and other evidence to show that she's a woman. And with the Tyler Robertson case, it looks like if we were to go to court today and they had Candace Owens on one side and the law enforcement on the other, it looks like law enforcement will actually technically win. They even have the family on their side. The family, the witness, the statements from the witness family, the lover, roommate, the technology, DNA. All the evidence is on the law enforcement side. And like I said, I'm willing to look at both sides, but Candace is not really giving anything but speculation, insinuations, and allegations without anything tangible that's actually linking these other people to anything in Utah, as far as the evidence of how they unalive Charlie Kirk or had anything to do with it.
That really is, those are some instructions. Did Charlie Kirk have any real friends? What do you guys think? Because the more that time goes by, the more upset I am at everyone who's lying about every little thing.
Does he have any real friends? Now, Candace, do you consider yourself a real friend? Do you consider yourself a real friend of Charlie Kirk? Or are you just a grifter? And you're using his death for profit, and you're releasing his text messages. Now, some people will say yes because she's like rebuilding or exposing something through these text messages. My issue with a lot of the text messages are people are conflating two different issues. For example, if he had an issue with Ackman at this event that they went to before he was unalived, that's a separate issue from his unaliving by Tyler Robertson, who actually was premeditating his unaliving. Tyler Robertson knew that Charlie Kirk was coming to Utah Valley University, and he premeditated this whole thing of how he would take this opportunity to unalive him. Ackman was not aware of this plot to unalive Charlie Kirk in Utah. He has his own issues with Charlie possibly, but that's like some sort of other issue, or Benjamin Netanyahu and things like that. Those are separate issues from the actual unaliving. So my issue is that people are trying to conflate or combine two separate issues into one, so then they can now say because he had an issue with Ackman with Turning Point USA, now that means that Ackman is now has something to do with his unaliving, or because his views were changing on Benjamin Netanyahu, or he was going to say certain things, or he felt like saying certain things, but he was afraid of losing funding. That now means that Benjamin Netanyahu or some foreign entity is responsible for his death. Okay, so we have to keep the things, all the things she's pointed out, we have to keep it separate unless she has a way, or unless you can link it to Utah shooting.
And I wouldn't mean literally little things, right? Not even the big things, but the little things. That's why the Catholic point made me so upset when I very gently said, oh, we thought he was close to converting, he was going to the mass, and then suddenly Operation Mocking Pastor or Mocking Evangelical Influencer went out, and they all were like, that's not true, that's not true. And I'm like, what do you mean it's not true? Don't be absurd. Don't be absurd. Why lie? I reflect on that moment, and I think it was right after the memorial service, a couple of days after the memorial service, where Alex Clark released that interview with her and Andrew Colvett, and they struggle sessioned through that. They were like, no, they were both committed evangelicals, and him and Erica, and he liked the smells and the bells. He loved the architecture, but there was no more substance for him. I really struggled with that, and I struggle with it even more now that I know that Charlie Kirk, there's been a lot of questions about What about his burial? How come we haven't seen anything about his burial? We saw so much and then we saw nothing. And the reason that's like a big hush-hush secret is because Charlie had a Catholic funeral mass and he is buried in a Catholic cemetery. Yeah, but really it was about the architecture. I want you to understand. Why the little lies? I think we can only speculate that it's because they're worried about the money, right? They do not want to upset the very same people who were pressuring Charlie Kirk. And I love when they say, oh, another thing Andrew said in that interview, they're only a small portion of our donors relative to the rest of our donors. Okay, but are they cutting the bigger checks? Like Bob Showman took $2 million away. That's got to mean something if you brought in $70 million.
Here's my thing, which I'm going to close out on, is that I believe, again, that Candace is using the Charlie Kirk unaliving to attack other people for other issues she has. Like, I believe that, because at one point she was with Turning Point USA, and I believe that she's using Charlie Kirk to as a way to attack other people that she has issues with that has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. But this is her chance or her time to weaponize Charlie Kirk's unaliving against people that she has issues with. And that includes Donald Trump, who she has issues with because he sided with the Macrons over her. Some people that are working with Turning Point USA that she has issues with since the time she was with Turning Point USA. And I will have to look more into why she's not really with Turning Point USA or what happened with her at Turning Point USA. But I believe that she has her personal grievances with people in Turning Point USA. And I believe that she probably or possibly believes that she should probably even have a position with Turning Point USA or something with Turning Point USA and herself, like there, because she has entitlement issues. So a lot of people that she's going out there that she has issues with herself, but she's now using the whole thing that I'm avenging for Charlie Kirk, when she's actually, two things can be true at once. She can be avenging things for, quote unquote Charlie Kirk, and at the same time herself. So she's being selective as to who she goes out there based on even her own personal vendettas against other people. That's what I'm getting from this whole situation. So that's where I lose focus, because when I'm listening to her and she's supposed to be talking about the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, and then she goes off as far as talking about someone else in a totally different issue. And then she does not connect any dots to the actual unaliving. So then I'm like, okay, why are we on this topic? And now that topic, I will be honest, is interesting, is juicy, is something that I like, okay, what's happening here? That's weird, that's odd. But then I'm like, okay, now how does this connect to the actual unaliving of Charlie Kirk, or prove that there's another shooter and then there's nothing there? There's no substance to the actual main topic. So what I'm looking for as I go along, I'm looking for her to connect a lot of dots between these other accusations and issues and allegations pertaining to these other people, to then connect those topics to the actual unaliving of Charlie Kirk and how those people carried out this unaliving, and what evidence links these people to the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. Okay. While those other topics are juicy and salacious, she's not connecting any dots to how it has anything to do with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, and not just insinuation or speculation, but actual proof. And when she does say something about proof, it's some sort of invisible source or some sort of invisible person is telling her this or that. I don't trust invisible sources. Sometimes, yes, if it's backed by something verifiable, but they have some sort of receipt or something. But she's always saying, oh, this person told me this, or this source told me that, or that person told me this. And then I don't trust that. Like I said, I can go live right now and say, guess what? One of my sources just told me that Beyonce is doing this. And one of my sources just told me that Kanye West is planning this. Anyone can go live at any moment and say some source told them something. I don't believe that. I have to, if I say Beyonce is saying this, maybe I have some sort of receipt or some sort of backing or some sort of something to prove it in some way without giving up the source. I don't know. But I don't trust when people keep on having a million invisible people that are telling them a million invisible pieces of evidence.
Million last year, and he took away 2 million just like that. Are they cutting the bigger checks? Because then it's relevant. And I think the answer to that is yes. I think they insisted and are pressuring them, as we are hearing, to maintain the idea that Charlie died pro-Israel. But to do that, to have the stomach to do that, to know that you knew where he was buried and attended that mass, and you had the stomach to sit down and to gaslight me. That's what you did. You were gaslighting me, actually. It was me, right? Didn't say my name, but you were referring to me, right? Oh, no, he was just the most committed evangelical. What's wrong with everybody? Why does nobody have just the spirit moving within them? Just like, I don't know. I would just be sickened with myself. I can't lie like that. I can't lie anywhere close to that. I can't even fib. And you're able to just sit up there like a soldier and just delude everybody, delude the masses, and sometimes do it through tears to be extra convincing. That's crazy to me. It's wild to me. Speaking on the note of who his friends are, I will tell you there was no one, like I said at the top of the show, that could have upset me more than Don Jr. Okay, Don Jr. was one of Charlie's friends, like brother. Literally a brother. Don Jr., by the way, I would say, was one of the people who very much helped to build Turning Point USA. He was there, okay? He did a ton of college campus events with me and Charlie, and we were always so grateful. I remember when Don Jr. started following me, I have the text messages with Charlie. I was like, oh my, Don Jr. is following me. This is amazing. He would retweet me. The beginning of the Candace story includes Don Trump Jr. being probably, without question actually, the most committed Trump family member to Turning Point USA's early story, okay? And like I said, I know how Charlie felt about Don Trump Jr. So when Megyn Kelly asked him what he thought about the investigation into Charlie's assassination, I was expecting him to say, I think it's crap. That is not what he said. In fact, he did his best not to answer the question, as you'll see, and then Megyn Kelly holds him to it, and then you'll hear what he says. Take a listen.
How do you feel about the investigation into Charlie's death? Can we have faith in it? Do you feel like it's being well handled?
So far, so far so good. I think, I've had this conversation with a lot of the guys that have been, very involved from the beginning, and, others that are a big part of that movement that are, are going to take, more of a role, guys like JD, like, hey, he believes we have to keep this going. People, myself, hey, I did a lot of them, but I got to do even more. We got to keep this going. There's never going to be a replacement for Charlie Kirk. You can't plug that in, but if we can find 10 people that can do 10% of what he did and they go all in and do that, we can keep that alive. And honestly, we all owe that to him.
Just to round back, do you have confidence in the investigation? Should we have confidence in this FBI investigating?
I do, and I mean, I don't know. I don't like it when the people have the private, but I've spoken to everyone, around, and Erica, and I do have confidence.
Yep.
When I start seeing some of the other stuff, it's like, man. And by the way, just so we're clear, as you all probably know, if you're here, you probably follow me a little bit. Like, I'm about as conspiratorial as it gets within the realm of sanity for good cause, right? I think I was the guy that first said, like, the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth is usually about 6 months. I was the guy canceled for pushing all of the obvious things that were conspiracy theories that, Wuhan or whatever it may be, lab virus leak. The problem is that there is a cottage industry of just clicks and people that are more than happy to, to profiteer off of that. Again, I'm not saying that a lot of this stuff isn't real and isn't true, and I've been pushing all of that, but some of the stuff does get a little bit off the rails, and I think, you're really, it's been used even by the other side as a way to distract from the bigger picture of what happened to him, of what the other side has proven that they are actually willing to do.
Man, oh man, so much I want to say to that clip. Okay, the first thing that I want to say is that Don Trump Jr. is not a bad guy. Not a bad guy. Don Trump Jr. is probably maybe akin in some ways to Mikey McCoy. I look at Mikey McCoy, I don't know Mikey McCoy at all, and I don't think he's an evil person. I think he is in the shadow of his father, right? I think he's in the shadow of his father. I think Don Jr. has been probably in the shadow of his father his entire life, because what he's saying when he begins to credentialize himself and said, oh, I was up at the Wuhan, said this about COVID, blah, blah, that's all true. That's the real Don Trump Jr. He was actually one of the people that was the most vocal about the Jeffrey Epstein files until Dad said, are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein, right? And that's what I mean when I say someone who is in the shadow of his father. And it's a tough situation to be in. So I do want to be charitable in terms of thinking of that particular dynamic when Dad is saying this needs to be done and you have to carry on knowing that.
So of course she's not going to really like fully that Donald Trump Jr. Say he pretty much is, not really going to go with the conspiracies, that he trusts the investigation and he has confidence in the process and things like that, because and not every conspiracy is true. She's not going to fully like his response because guess what? She is a conspiracy person. So she's not really going to like his response. Also, his response about, how they can kind of like move on, or such as like have replacements for him to carry on this whole Charlie Kirk. To be honest, that can be taken a little bit as like a quick haste to just replace someone, or not. It can be taken as someone not fully caring about someone if they're immediately thinking about some sort of replacement of how they can and such things like that. Now, with most businesses and movements, people are always thinking about, we have to keep chugging along. We cannot really stop. We have to pick up the pieces. Someone has to take his spot and carry the torch. So it's not always going to be someone is being inconsiderate. It's just that that's how businesses run or how things go. We have to keep going no matter what. But yeah, it can be taken a little differently as well. But either way it goes, she's not going to really like his response because it goes against her conspiracies.
You had a real relationship with Charlie, because you did have a relationship with Charlie. But Don, from me to you, it's better to say nothing. Okay? It's better to say, I'm just not going to answer that question. The best way you could honor Charlie Kirk, if you can't fight for him for some reason, is to simply say nothing.
And here's the thing. She keeps on saying that people should be fighting for Charlie Kirk. And that's unfair, because what do you mean fighting for Charlie Kirk? And fighting for his justice. The justice is that when, Tyler Robertson goes to trial, the justice will be him actually being convicted and found guilty. And some people want him to have the death penalty. Some people don't. But, some people don't believe in the death penalty is what I mean. But that's where justice will come. She's painting this picture or narrative that anyone that is not searching for this invisible killer is someone that doesn't care about Charlie Kirk. Now, do I believe that some people don't care about Charlie Kirk such as Donald Trump? Yes. But to say that they don't care because they're not looking for some unknown shooter is stupid. It's stupid, because everyone knows who the unaliver is. So you know what I'm saying? Everyone knows it's Tyler Robertson. When I say everyone knows, majority of people have accepted that Tyler Robertson is the unaliver. However, I will say that Candace has a large audience of people that don't believe is Tyler Robertson. Now, what be interesting is for everyone that does believe it's Tyler Robertson, is to hear their side of the story. Why do some people not believe it's Tyler Robertson? And I believe that in their mind, that when the shooting happened, they instantly came up in their mind with their ideal suspect. An ideal suspect popped into their mind. And some people have an issue with letting go of that ideal suspect. So when the suspect comes out and it's not their ideal suspect or the one they imagine in their mind that it is, or they will have this doubt, like, yeah. And when someone like Candace says, that's not the shooter, they're like, yeah, I was thinking that too. And then now they're going to be interested. As for me, I had in my imagination, I imagined who I thought the shooter was. And to be honest, I thought it was a hit out for him and an assassin. Like at least someone with some sort of law enforcement or military experience. Someone that was possibly older and someone definitely that was good at firearms. They were confident to know that they could just do that one shot and then that's it. And then that they didn't need to just unload. Someone inexperienced will sometimes go boom, boom, boom. They will unload. This person one shot, boom. And then, and so I'm thinking that. So then once I find out that it's Tyler Robertson, I see who it is, I'm like, okay. And I still have a little bit of doubt, I'm not gonna lie. And I'm like, and not really doubt, it's just that I'm like, I need to know a little bit more about this person. So that's when of course, I'm nosy. So I went to their Facebook. I started looking around to find out more about Tyler Robertson. And once I saw all those pictures with guns, the minors with guns, and the gun shows, gun events, and the whole nine, I'm like, okay, now it makes sense. This is not a typical 22-year-old, even like college student or anything else. This is someone that's trained. Not in a way that I would perceive as trained, as in like law enforcement, firearms training, military firearms training. This is someone that has been trained since they were a kid, probably old enough to hold a gun. So I will even just dare to say, let's say 10 and they're 22, that person has had 12 years of firearm experience. If you ever had a firearm or you own a firearm, if you know about 12 years worth of experience, that can be enough experience to actually fire a weapon and know how to use a weapon, especially if you go to gun events, gun shows, and you're at gun ranges and things like that. That's a lot of experience. So once I saw all of that, that's when I realized, oh, okay. So now, and then also jumping from that rooftop, somebody at 40 years old, their knees probably would have gave out. they probably would never jump in that building and got up and sprinted away. Somebody at 22, their knees probably were able to jump from a building. Okay. So I would say that, but see, I'm able to just, go through the process and the steps from going from an ideal suspect to now understanding how this could be the suspect based on this evidence and him actually having firearm experience. But like I said, if this were someone that was 22 years old, lanky, never held a gun in his life, I would be suspicious, but not so much anymore. And then also he has a motive, and then there's all this evidence added onto it. But I think that some people are still stuck at that when this happened, there was one shot fired, that they are in their mind and they have some sort of trained assassin or some other things going on. And also they're just suspicious about where's the rifle when he's, where's the rifle and how did he conceal it.
Because I looked at this clip and it bothered me for a lot of reasons, Don, because I know who you are. I know who you are. You're a hunter. You love to hunt, Don, right? Every picture of you, you're in the wilderness. Your whole life, you love to be in the wild. In fact, you taught me a lot about the wild and a lot about hunting. And my favorite fishing experience is actually with you, right? Fighting back the sea lions or the seals in British Columbia. You know nature, and I'm not going to ask you to go back against the nature of honoring your father, but I am going to ask you not to lie. And as a hunter, if you are not lying, and this is truly what you believe, you trust the investigation, I'm going to need you to make a video saying that you believe that Charlie was shot by a 30-06 in the neck. And that somehow, through the miracle of God, Charlie's neck stopped a 30-06. Not only stopped a 30-06, but was pretty much in good shape, not even destroyed. His neck was not even destroyed by a 30-06. That kind of a miracle, Don. You know hunting, you know guns, and so I'm asking you if this is truly what you believe, to clarify that matter. Make a video, sit down with me, look me in the eye and say, Candace, I really do think that Charlie, our friend, because you are his friend, you were his brother, stopped a 30-06 with his neck, which stayed intact. You won't say that, Don. You won't say that because it's untrue. And I think that spiritually, it would mess with you. And the hunters that are listening know that you don't believe that. You know too much, okay? So again, I'm gonna ask you, if you cannot say anything, I understand the ties that bind. I understand Jared and Ivanka and their investments in Israel and the pressure that's coming from the Zionists, to simply be quiet. As his other brothers and sisters and people in the movement, people who don't even know Charlie, get to the bottom of this, because everything we're being sold is absolute BS. That's my request to you, Don. Anyways, moving on from that, I do, on the topic of Israel, want to let you know that I was very excited to sit down and have a conversation, which we will be releasing on Friday with Norman Finkelstein. Norman Finkelstein was probably the single greatest contributor to me being sort of just smacked in the gut about Gaza, learning about Gaza. I think most people just didn't know, genuinely, like me, just did not know anything about the history of Gaza, knew nothing about it because...
So let me actually search this document before we get out of here. Let me see if it have any what information it has that I have not covered. And Charles appeared to have been hit in the neck. Blood was seen coming out of the left side of his neck as he fell over to his left. Charles was transported to the Tim Panagos or something regional hospital in Orem. Charles was pronounced deceased at the hospital. Approximately 15 minutes into the event, Mr. Kirk was answering a question about mass shootings by transgender individuals when a gunshot rang out. The bullet hit him in the neck. He slumped to the ground almost immediately. The bullet's trajectory passed closely to several other individuals beside Mr. Kirk, including the questionnaire who was standing directly in front of Mr. Kirk. Children were visible near Mr. Kirk's stage when he was shot. So that has to be frightening for some people that were close, where the trajectory passed closely by those individuals. Now, one thing I explained or I talked about before, I'm not a medical expert or anything, but we have to understand that the suspect was on the rooftop and it was higher up. So when he's like squatting down and he's like lying down to shoot, and he has to shoot downward, it's not going to be like just like directly ahead. It's downward, because if you look from the rooftop, it's going to be a downward angle to shoot Charlie Kirk. So I believe that it was like straight through his neck. It would have had an exit wound to go straight through. But that downward shot is more likely to, think about a neck. If you just go downward into someone's neck, it's more likely to get lodged into someone's neck. You see what I'm saying? Because you're going down into their neck and not straight through their neck. I hope everyone like gets what I'm trying to say. A difference between something going straight through something and then going downward. Downward is like kind of like entering into his body, and then you're trying to enter into it. So you have more to go downward into his neck, to go into his like down his, you know what I'm saying, like downward into his body. So it's more likely to get lodged in, or the chances of it getting lodged in, because if it's going downward, it's going to go into the body, and then instead of straight through, it's going to go through the body. So, and then on top of that, it traveled a long distance. If it was like, like gunpoint to like directly to his neck, definitely I believe it would have had more of a chance of an exit wound. But like from a long distance away that had to travel, it's going to lose some momentum, in my opinion. So with that, I believe that it's the angle of it, and as well as, you know, once it gets into the neck, if you actually feel your neck, people are acting like a neck is just, you know, soft tissues. A neck has to hold your head up 24/7. For all your life, your neck is capable and able to hold up your head. It contains like a lot of muscle in your neck. It's not just, you know, so it's not like just a bunch of soft tissue just to go straight through. Okay, so that's what I believe as well. So anyways, I'm not an expert on that, but I believe that the neck, it contains more than just soft tissues. It's cartilage, there's tendons, vertebrae. It's very soft. It's sturdy. All combined, it's just really sturdy. Okay. And so that's what I believe, that that's why there's no exit wound. Now, I believe that if it was more close range, there will be an exit wound. And if it was directly and just straight through, it would be an exit wound. But the fact that it was out on the rooftop and it was diagonal or facing downward, that entered his body downward. So it's the angle as well. So I'm not really shocked or surprised by it. Okay, not at all. And on top of that, don't forget, since there's no exit wound and it's lodged into his neck, that now becomes evidence. That becomes evidence as to now they can match that bullet with the actual weapon that it came from, it was fired from, and also anything that he might have engraved or anything else. So that's even more evidence against Tyler Robinson.
It has been such a censored topic in America, and we were all told that, you know, it was our job, after all of the Holocaust movies and the Holocaust indoctrination that took place in the school system, to be triggered at the idea that anybody could have a thought against the modern state of Israel, which is only there because 6 million Jews perished in the Holocaust.
Okay, I'm going to stop right here before we get into this whole topic. We will pick up another day on this topic, but I want to actually discuss this document that was released. And where is it? When was this released? Okay, it's not really given a date, but it was, this is a new, okay, November 6, 2025. And so, let's scroll up. This is a motion to amend or clarify court's pretrial and trial publicity order, docket number 23. And it says, the state respectfully requests that the court amend or clarify its September 22nd, 2025 order, docket number 23, governing pretrial and trial publicity. It says, at the earliest stages of the proceedings, the court expressed its commitment to ensure that defendants' rights to due process and an impartial jury would be honored. In pursuit of that commitment, the court issued its pretrial and trial publicity order. The publicity order requires the parties to abide by Rule 3.6 of the Utah Rules of Professional Conduct. In expounding on the rule, the order states lawyers participating in the investigation or litigation of this case shall inform all witnesses, investigators, consultants, staff members, or other members of the prosecution or defense teams about the prohibitions contained in this order. During the waiver hearing on September 29, 2025, the state asked the court to clarify the order, explaining that at this early stage, the prohibitions should apply only to witnesses who are part of the prosecution or defense teams. The state added that it did not know exactly who its witnesses would be at that time, as there were thousands of people present when the shooting took place. In response, the court stated the lawyers would be required to follow the order and inform witnesses of its prohibitions as the lawyers identified those witnesses. But even with this modification, the order leaves open the possibility that it is meant to apply to any potential witness, not just those who are members of the prosecution or defense team. If that is the case, then as explained below, the order is not supported by the law. For example, the court has not conducted the requisite legal analysis and made the findings necessary for a prior restraint on speech. It is also likely void for vagueness. And to the extent it is meant to apply to witnesses not subpoenaed to testify, it is overbroad. The state shares the court's commitment to protect defendants' rights from the earliest stages of its involvement and before the court issued its publicity order. The state made efforts to protect defendants' rights to a fair trial and an impartial jury, including directing investigative agencies to comply with Utah Rules of Professional Conduct 3.6 and 3.8. The state will continue to make diligent efforts to comply with the ethical rules and direct that investigative agencies do as well. However, if the court's order applies even to potential lay witnesses who are not members of the prosecution or defense teams, then it restricts the free speech rights of citizens without adequate due process and is too far-reaching and vague for the state to effectively comply with, where sanctions for non-compliance by a witness could range from mild, such as contempt of court for a witness, to severe, such as dismissal of the case. The state asked the court wait for a motion followed by a full briefing and argument before it enters an order, which reaches beyond the requirements of Rule 3.6 and 3.8 and applies to non-prosecution and defense team witnesses. The order should apply only to prosecution and defense team witnesses. Lawyers are officers of the court subject to court orders and the ethical rules. Comment 3 to Rule 3.6 states. This rule applies only to lawyers who are or who have been involved in the investigation or litigation of a case and their associates. Rule 3.8 is similarly limited to the prosecution team, requiring reasonable care to prevent investigators, law enforcement personnel, employees, or other persons assisting or associated with the prosecutor from making an improper extrajudicial statement. Emphasis added. The court's order does appropriately applies to the attorneys and their teams, but the prosecution team does not include any individual whom the prosecution might at some point designate as a witness. Beyond the prosecutor's office, the prosecution team extends only to members of law enforcement and other investigating agencies that are acting on the government's behalf in this case. And it says the prosecution for Brady purposes as a prosecutor's entire office, as well as law enforcement personnel and other arms of the state involved in investigative aspects of a particular criminal venture, cleaned up, emphasis added. There are important distinctions between lay witnesses and witnesses who are part of the prosecution or defense team. Attorneys do not have control or material influence over lay witnesses like they do for non-lay witnesses on the prosecution or defense teams. Lay witnesses are not subject to the court's jurisdiction or to the rules of professional conduct. They are not retained by the parties. They are not officers of the court. They do not have access to discovery materials, and they do not have any duty to either party. As a result, public statements by lay witnesses do not present the same concerns as statements by the parties or their team members. Given these distinctions, lay witnesses are entitled to greater due process protections than prosecution or defense team members when it comes to orders restricting speech. To restrict the speech of those who are not members of the prosecution or defense team, the court must undertake a prior restraint analysis and make specific findings justifying the restriction. So pretty much they just, to sum this up, they believe that the whole publicity and restraints on people from speaking, or this whole gag order, should I say, is too broad, and they need to, the court needs to specify who is actually considered a witness, as there were at least about 3,000 people at this event. And those people could be, you know, in their mind, they might consider themselves as a witness, when they are saying that not everyone is a witness unless the lawyers have, you know, called upon them to be a witness. And they also don't know who all they are going to call as a witness, because they don't even have their full witness list as of yet. So they need more clarification on the court's order. Okay. Who is going to be considered a witness, who's not going to be considered a witness, and things like that. This analysis requires that the court establish that the speech creates potential for prejudice sufficient to justify the restriction. So let me scroll down some more. Citizens have a right to free speech. At times, the right to free speech must yield to the right of an impartial jury. So they don't want to taint the jurors or taint the possible jury pool. And also they don't want to, you know, get in the way of people's free speech as well. While trial courts may properly restrict the speech of witnesses under certain circumstances, doing so requires due process and detailed findings demonstrating why the restriction is necessary. To justify a prior restraint on free speech, there must first be a factual showing of necessity. The nature of that factual showing necessarily depends on the circumstances of the case and the identity of the speakers to be restrained. So they go into some precedented cases. I'm not going to read all of that, but I'm scrolling through so you can read if you want. Oh, wait, I'm not actually scrolling through. My bad. Let me switch tabs. So this is this document right here. So it says the order is too vague to apply to lay witnesses. If either conducted a proper analysis, the court finds that an order restraining the speech of lay witnesses is necessary, then the court should clarify how the parties can comply with the order. After that direction, the order is likely void for vagueness. So they need people to specify, or should I say the court to specify as to who are the witnesses, who's actually restrained from speaking and who's not, who's like certain things like that. Right here, it says right here, for example, similar concerns exist here. As previously noted, there are more than 3,000 witnesses to the shooting. The order does not specify who it applies to. All who witnessed the shooting may call witnesses, or only will call witnesses. The decision of which witnesses to call at trial will not be made for many months. And this puts the state and defendant at risk of violating the order in its current form. The order is also vague as to when the state must notify its witnesses. The Spencer Court attempted to resolve these concerns by requiring the court order to be delivered with trial subpoenas. In addition, the order here does not specify what speech is restricted. For example, are witnesses restricted from making social media posts, or are only from interviewing with traditional media outlets? If they have made social media posts, are they required to delete them? In this case, witnesses appear to have posted videos of the event on social media immediately after it happened. Are they required to delete them? Is the state required to attempt to identify all social media posts by witnesses and instruct witnesses to delete them? So they're concerned that, you know, some potential witnesses have already posted to social media and have already done interviews and went against this. So are they expected to delete the stuff they've already done, or, you know, there needs to be specification? Finally, the scope of the restriction in the current order does not give adequate direction to lay witnesses who are not subject to or familiar with the relevant rules of professional conduct. The order is overbroad. To the extent the order is meant to extend to those who may have witnessed events associated with the case, but are not subpoenaed as witnesses at trial, the preliminary hearing or an evidentiary hearing, such as the trial participants, is also unconstitutionally overbroad. The United States Supreme Court has made clear that an order issued in the area of First Amendment rights must be precise and narrowly tailored to achieve the pinpointed objective of the needs of the case. And they say, see Tory versus Cochran. And let's see, that's holding that prior restraints may sweep no more broadly than necessary. The restriction of the free speech rights of those who may hypothetically be subpoenaed as witnesses far exceeds the needs of the case. And to ensure that the testimony of trial participants is limited to information that is relevant, reliable, and otherwise admissible, extending the order to non-participants in the trial proceedings simply sweeps too broadly. Indeed, these non-participants in the trial proceedings are members of the public whose speech is afforded the most protection in the context of gag orders. As observed by the Arkansas Supreme Court, it is difficult to foresee any circumstance in which a prior restraint on the speech of a member of the public could be constitutional. So they're trying to say that some of this stuff is unconstitutional. And to be honest, this is going to draw in some conspiracy, like, oh, why are they trying to, restrict this and restrict that? They're trying not to prejudice the jury pool or to make sure that he has a fair trial. I mean, like if you had a trial coming up, you wouldn't want the potential jurors to be tainted or influenced by certain things or narratives, especially about certain witnesses making statements. You would want everything to be a fair trial. Now, some people don't really care about him having a fair trial, but based on the Constitution, he has the right to a fair trial. So anyways, the state asked the court to limit its pretrial and trial publicity order to members and witnesses of the prosecution or defense teams. If either party believes additional court orders are necessary, that party should file a motion and the court should set a hearing to address it. The court should issue a prior restraint order that applies to lay witnesses only after making the requisite findings. If the court issues a prior restraint order applicable to lay witnesses, the state asked that the order only applies to those lay witnesses who are subpoenaed to trial, preliminary hearing, or other evidentiary hearing. And the order includes when it applies, how the parties can satisfy the order, and which statements are restricted. And that was dated November 6, 2025 by the Deputy Utah County Attorney's Office. And again, the problem is that the original publicity order, gag order, what you want to call it, that required lawyers to kind of like inform witnesses as well as their investigator staff, et cetera, about certain statements that are being restricted. And pretty much the state believes that it's overbroad and that it applies to anybody that could have been at that event, which they said it could be like 3,000 people. So it could be people out there thinking that they're gagged and they're not actually gagged because they have not been subpoenaed or called in to testify. But to be honest, they're also saying that they don't even know who all is going to be a witness. But they definitely don't want everyone out there thinking that they're going to be a witness. And even like Candace is thinking that she's gagged when I don't know if a lawyer has called her for any, that she's a potential witness or not. And why would she be? Yeah. And she did say she had text messages before he went out there, but that's not going to be honest, in my opinion, relevant to the actual shooting of Charlie Kirk. I believe that she was saying she was gagged, Candace, for attention. She was attention seeking, and to say, well, I'm gagged, I'm gonna violate the gag order, and I'm just gonna, So she's always saying that she's gonna like go against the grain or go up against the giant for the sake of the people, so people can cheer her on and she can be some sort of hero. That's what I believe, because I don't see where she would be actually gagged, but time will tell. And so the lawyers are pretty much saying, well, the state is arguing pretty much that it should only apply to the lawyers and those closely related to the case and their team, and not be so broad as to lay witnesses or people that are not controlled by the lawyers can't not control just any witness that was out there, the 3,000 people. They are only wanting to be held responsible for the actions of certain witnesses that are directly under them, that they've subpoenaed or asked to come to court, or subpoenaed to come to court, which makes sense, right? And that anyone that's not just a regular witness that's out there that is not going to be called in, it's just a lay person and a lay witness, should I say. And that is not, this whole gag is not applicable or apply. It doesn't apply to them. So they're free to have their free speech. So in some, this whole thing is too vague. Like, listen, okay, let me say this. Judge, listen, Judge. There is about 3,000 freaking people at this event. Who in the world are you labeling as a witness? Who in the world are you trying to gag? Who does this apply to? You can't apply it to a blanket statement across 3,000 people. It's unconstitutional. It's going against the Constitution. You can't do this. You need to narrowly tailor this down and be specific as to who this applies to. Okay, this is too much. And also, we're not responsible for all these witnesses. We are only responsible for the witnesses that we subpoena and we bring in. We're not responsible for anybody violating anything, but we're not responsible for all these witnesses. We need to specify who is a witness. We only want to be, held accountable for our actions and those we subpoena. And also, to be fair, we don't even know who's all going to be subpoenaed and who's all going to be our witness, because we won't even know the complete list for months from now. Like, it's months away. So that's pretty much what it's boiled down to. With that, I will see you on the next live. Have a great rest of your most likely I probably won't be live on today, which is Friday. So anyways, have a great rest of your weekend, and most likely I won't be live again till Sunday unless something interesting pops up. But again, we will be going to the next Candace video to see what else she had to say about Charlie Kirk, and trying to piece together like her conspiracy of what she's trying to get at as far as who she believes unalive Charlie Kirk, and what evidence is she really pointing to as far as her evidence. And so far, like I've said, this is my about maybe third video on her, and so far I'm not really seeing any evidence. I think the only thing I've seen is that she pointed to someone took down a camera. Mikey took down a camera behind Charlie Kirk. He let her view it numerous times, and then some picture, I guess, allegedly of Tyler Robertson at a nearby Dairy Queen after the shooting, and that actually works on the side of law enforcement because it places him miles away from the school around the time of the shooting. So that actually works in favor of the defense. Of the police. So so far, the police, law enforcement evidence, and the family confessions and DNA. So far, that's winning. In the conspiracy side, I'm looking forward to see what other conspiracy angle they have. So far, it's not really winning me over. Now, I can be won over if there's some sort of evidence, but if not, then it's just speculation at this point. Anyways, have a great rest of your day. Bye.
If